Hello everyone. Welcome back to the stream, the second stream of the day. How about that? Since it's a Saturday and I have some more time, let's do a double feature today. We've already seen TerraTech Worlds today. Let's check another game, kind of not really in the same vein. This is more of a Factorio-like in space. This is Final Factory. I don't feel like this game got as many attention as maybe it deserves, but at the same time, there is quite an attention at it, or there was at least. This game is super interesting, but I do get that it's like pretty much early access, and I think the dev is a bit caught up from what I remember, trying to add. Look at that! Oh God, trying to add multiplayer on this, which would be pretty cool, pretty crazy. But the version is called 0.2, so maybe that's super early. I guess we'll see. Let's switch to the game. Um, Let me check if the how the volume is, because usually I play this pretty slow, or pretty low volume. We'll toggle things as we go, because a lot can be going on at the same time. So let's create a new world. Tutorial, I'm gonna put it on normal. There's handhold, if you're a new player, and there's normal and off. I'm gonna keep normal because it's been a while since I played, even though I do come and check this from time to time, but I'm kind of waiting for it to reach more maturity, um, and have a little bit more content. But there was a recent rebalance on things that made me more interested in jumping back at it. So I'll keep everything as standard, but there is an annoyance with the enemies. Sometimes it can feel a little annoying, because it feels like the tech tree is not complete. So sometimes it can get at mid-late game. It can get a little annoying, in my opinion. I don't know how people deal with that. Maybe with more guns, but we'll see. You can't do explorer or hardcore. I think those modes, enemy camps are not spawning. There's less enemies, and then hardcore mode, they will attack more frequently. Takes longer to do things. There's also custom, which honestly feels like a great idea, because then you can sort of dribble or avoid the all the issues that you might find in the balancing on the started thing here. But let's keep it standard.
Welcome, traveler. You have been sent to these deep reaches of the cosmos to grow. Through a dark leviathan, you have come, and you must consume all there is in this space to find your way through another. You are many, and you will be more.
You are many, and you will be more. I don't know, that's so ominous. But we can come here and mine this little bauxite asteroid. As you can see, it is a top-down space game that is all about automation. So, top-down space games is kind of my jam. It's kind of my thing. It's been like that way. I don't know why. Look at that. You can see on the bottom right what this is a Luminate obelisk, an ancient obelisk that holds great power inside of it. We don't know what that is yet, but let's activate this, and it will give us these two orbs. I believe the game will give you little tutorial tips like over here, like, hey, there's this orb and you can use it on an oracle and things like that. But we'll go along. We'll go a little slower, I guess. We can see here it's saying like to prepare to clear this area of enemies, we need to follow the indicator to this asteroid, right click to mine it, and we can complete that step. We're now gonna be asked to craft 4 bats. Bats are, let me try to remember the keys here. E to open inventory. So we can craft a few bats. They are like combat drones, simple ones. Also, I'm being forced to watch as my cat joins the stream and looks at me while drinking all the water I brought. Just new water, and it's already not mine anymore. So let's see. There's a button here that you can see your combat fleet. There you go. You can hide them in case you have too many, and then it gets spammy. But you can, it doesn't affect things. It's just like a visual thing. They do appear in combat though. You can toggle the fleet stance. Like there's just a lot of buttons. There's a lot of things to learn. Let's craft one more bat. Interesting enough, I feel like it seems like there is video now. Let me see what this is. Oh, that's cute. There is now a little video that you can play. That's nice. Don't remember that. When you have 4 bats in your fleet, you can use the frenzy ability. So you can press V, and sometimes you get like some active abilities depending on which combat drones you have attached to you. They're also saying about using an afterburner. Oh yeah, it's a little skip step a little dash that we can do, but it's super like 10-second cooldown, so it's not great. But we can upgrade those using those orbs that we just got. We can fire the plasma bolt by pressing C. So we have a little gun. And in order to build things, we need at least one construction bot that we can craft from here. You can see that the interface is very Factorio-like. So I wonder where is the inspiration. I believe on the tech tree, you know, the tech tree screen. I don't know where I've seen this before. I don't know. This is new. So we can follow. That's right. Well, it's telling us to come here again, and it wants us to start the automation stuff. The game teaches you about combat just in case you get attacked, because you can get attacked at any point. If that happens, then you already have a little fleet. You already know how to shoot and to escape, so that's good. This here is a little mining. How is that called? A mining station? Yeah, it's a mining station, and we can read its attributes there. You know, it takes one inventory size and it's producing assemblers. Like there's a 4 fleet capacity. This means that we need to use mining drones. It's not gonna mine anything by itself. So let's place that here. Actually, I'm gonna pull that a little bit further. You're gonna see why in a second. We can craft a solar panel. Where is the solar panel? Here. A couple should do. And then we can attach them over here. If you do it to the mining station too close, you cannot use this slot here. So let's move that. One thing that got me in this game is how satisfying things are and how easy things are to build and rebuild, and you can copy and paste. Like from the start of the game, I can already do this. And press Ctrl X to cut, and then you can order your construction drones to remove something. It's just very quickly you already have this quick what the hell are my cats doing? Guys, I'm doing an intro here. I don't know. Should I add like a surveillance camera here? So whenever they are doing something bad, I can just toggle it on the stream. Maybe I should. But anyway, what I was talking about. Well, never mind. Let's go back to this. Well, let's make miner bots. And we can grab them from here. Those are really cheap. I think they only take bauxite, but they do get refined. Like you get bauxite, and we can look at a recipe here. If you don't know this game, you can see over there on the recipe, it takes 5 plasma engine parts. That's all it takes to make a miner bot. And those can be made over here. It's just 2 low density structure, so which are those. So it's not a whole lot of complexity to the recipes, but it does getting more involved over time. And these 2 are rather 3 blocks. They are basically like your iron. This one is the iron ingot. This is like the copper ingot, but this is actual aluminum. And then you have the silicon sort of ingot. They have different names, but that's what it is. It's like three basic blocks of the game. Most things you can do with bauxite, more cooler things you can do with this, and then better things you can do with that. Using these 3 is where everything, the complexity goes from, Maybe there's more ore. At least I don't remember. I went so far just with those 3. So let's keep doing. We need, I think, 4 miner bots. So let's do that. I need more bauxite. These guys are already mining, so I use the Factorio shortcuts. If you come from Factorio, this should be second nature to you. A lot of the hotkeys are the same, so I can just control click this station, and I picked up how the ore the drone is mining. Let's make more. Every time I make drones, they go into my inventory, but then my ship, our character, like main ship here, it looks around me, like, does anyone need this thing? And it distributes the drone to where it's needed. Because, here on the mining station, you can see it's set to take 4 drones. Capacity is 4. We can lower this, or we can give them back. As we do these things, as we set things up, they manage that automatically. That's super cool. There's no like micromanagement here of like this kind of simple thing. We can attach a connector to the mining station. So that's when automation starts coming up. Connectors are your conveyor belts, and we'll see that in a second. I just really like this, how satisfactory it is to build things. Well, can we... Yeah, we do need an atomic printer now. Can we do that? Atomic printers are like smelters, because they do like very, very basic things. They basically make ingots. It's just different names for space names for things we all know from other games. So we can come over here and set that. You can see the three basic ones are made in this machine. The more complex ones is made on a different machine. So there you go. We're making low density structures now. Is it saying to... Yeah, I think we did that. Why is it not completing? Oh, we need to make 10. So oh god, the tutorial is satisfied. I'm gonna mine a little bit by hand over here. Yeah, but our drones are doing great work. So craft and connect an assembler to the atomic printer. This is the assembler. I think, do we need iron? We do need iron a little bit. Yeah, interesting enough, I don't think the game is telling me to get iron. Let's get these. It comes from this asteroid. So even this little factory here does look a little bit like Factorio's factories. The one that will be added soon. A lot of component crafting. There we go. We need a conveyor belt or a connector first. And usually the conveyors here, they also work as inserters. So, you know, this very compact and streamlined setups can be done, which is super satisfying to me. I always tend to do things this way. So since it's so compact, you need to tell it what you want to, what do you want to take out of that machine. So we're saying, hey, yes, remove, you know, low density structures. And we can then set this up to make plasma engines. And we're gonna need a little bit more power. Power this setup. Oh, I don't think this fits here. It's too close to the asteroid. So let's do it like this and like that. There we go. And we're making engines now. So that will make it so creating these drones will be faster. And one thing to keep in mind, these drones, you can see over field time, 20 seconds. Oh, actually, the more important one is gather before self-destruct. It's the fourth attribute of this drone, 125. So after it mines 125 ore, it will self-destruct. It will expire. So you need to automate. It's like you have to pay taxes. It's basically a resource tax. These drones will self-destruct after a while. They will expire. So you need a little setup, and this is what the game is teaching us right now. We need a little setup to build those things. Let's grab, do we have any? We don't have more low density structures. It's all being used for that. Let's grab a few of those. They are telling us to make a shipbuilding thing. I think we do need to press T. Yeah, it's telling us that to come over at the research screen, and then we can research these ship assembly. It allows the automated construction of ships. Look at that. We instantly done that because we have some access research points. You can sort of collect research if you are not doing anything with it, which is a strange concept, but it's good. It makes things flow smoother, right? So there we go. We can close this for now and build the ship assembler. Over here now, it takes iron. The game's not really telling us to pick up iron, but let's do that. I don't know if I consume the iron I start with. I'm not sure. There we go. This is now exporting the plasma engines we are crafting. And we're gonna add these here now. You can click over at the ship assembler and tell it to do miner bots. And there you go, that's the little setup done. It will need a little bit more power. If you click on different points of the station, like any point of the station, you can see the station grid information. So this is like a ship or a station, right? And you can see the consumers here. So the current power consumed is 23, and the max power is 31. The power production is below that. So this is at a quick glance, you can already see like how much does this produce, like 7 kilowatts. Then balance things accordingly. There you go. Pressing M will open the map, which does give you like Factorio vibes, especially because you can use it like a radar, you know. This is very far away, but you know, I can press the WASD and then zoom in, and hey, there's a planet here. A Terra world. Hey, is this the Terra Tech world we were playing before? But you can see that it's filled with life. And
You
close the
have
map
proven
now.
yourself capable of wielding this sector. Only large stepping stones will be given as guidance from here. A Leviathan lurks somewhere in this space. Build the Dark Star Gate and send more of you through into the unknown, so that we may continue the great assimilation of the universe.
But there you go. The objective is basically to expand. And I don't even know what a Leviathan is. I guess it's a boss. And if you remove him, you can build a Stargate and keep expanding in other dimensions. I don't know how far the deep lore goes there, but that's as much as I know. We need to go after something, build a Stargate, and take over, assimilate the whole universe. That's easy for you to say, Mr. Narrator. But let's keep mining here. The game will tell us on the tutorial on the top left, like, congratulations, you're done. The future objectives will have multiple routes to completion, explore different tech routes, and build new structures. Our final goal is to launch a singularity ship into a black hole. Press the complete button to proceed. So there we go. It does give you a little bit more guidance, but you can largely ignore those things. Following the tutorial is good because it gives you some research points. So sometimes you can snipe a little research without actually doing a research setup. For example, getting Mars drivers. Although we did not get enough points out of the tutorial yet. But I'm gonna do my own things for now. But what we need is actually to be making every one of these resources, a little bit of each. So we always have and don't have to keep hand mining like that. The most important ones are for sure iron and bauxite. Silica is not really needed for a little while, or rather silicon. There we go. So we can make another one of these. And we could even, for example, copy this and paste here. Then remove the parts that we don't want, which is super nice. I don't really remember the throughput, or how many how many, the ratios is where I'm getting at. How many atomic printers per mining station? I don't really remember that. I think it's 1 for 2, so we can try that. But I don't really remember the ratios anymore. Some ratios are super simple. Usually the ratios are simple. Some do go hard. Some production processes do go hard. So we can just, on the bottom left, we can click down here to queue things for crafting that are required around us, which is super nice. Super quality of life. Of course, one of the good things you can do at the start is automate the secondary, intermediary resources. These here, the plasma engines we're already doing, but this one and this one, but they usually require a couple of resources in order to be built. Automating connectors is also huge, but let's take it easy. Let's go step by step. I think we'll need more iron. I need to get an iron mine running. But as you can see over on the top right, these mine I just added already have drones working on them, because our automation here is working. It's building drones, so whenever we add a new mining station, this will control that and add more things. So this is making the things it should be. Do we have crates? We do. We can make those little crates here, these cargo holds. And I think there was a change recently, but I don't really know. They changed how conveyors behave, but I don't really remember what the change was. I think you can. Let me check something. Like, is it like this? Or let me check if this is in the unstable patch. I don't think it is. There's curved connectors. Yeah, there was a QoL update recently that allowed you to make curved connectors, because you couldn't do them before. This was on. Let me check which version I'm on. It should be on the right one. Yeah, it is on the right one. I just don't remember how to do the curved connectors. It's weird. We will have to research that, maybe. Oh, there you go. But I guess it doesn't do it that way. It's very weird. This is already like an advance because the way the connectors work got me at first, because it cannot be curved. But it seemed like they cannot do what I would always want it to do, which is curve after an exit like that. I don't think that's how it works. You could then do it like this, which is okay. Because you had to use a different block to do this, to do things like this, and it was weird. In order to make little curves, it would look very ugly. But it's still a little confusing to me. Yeah, this is a T. Okay, I see how it works. Okay, let's keep going. Sorry. I'm exploring the update that I forgot that happened. I'm coming back to the game and forgot about it. So let's see how much power is being consumed here. Everything seems fine. Just gonna add an extra one here. Let's check how things are working. Yeah, I think these could feed even more than this. We have a lot of bauxite, and I feel like they could, do more. So let's try doing 3 of those. This way we can just copy and paste to the other resource types. But we will run out of power probably. No, that's fine. That's okay. Yeah, maybe 3 is too much, but at the same time, it doesn't really matter a whole lot. So we can just copy that, and it's gonna be the exact same over here. It's like, where's the good thing here? Where's the good spot? I think it's like these. There's a range, of course. The mining stations do have, you cannot place them too far away from an asteroid. You see, if you try to click here, it will not allow. Here it will allow. So let's build those things. I think I need more iron. It's telling me to copy and paste recipes. You can quickly copy paste properties, shift right click. Oh yeah. Just like a Factorio, you can just like shift right click a thing and shift left click another thing, and you can copy paste factory recipes. Here's how it looks. Our cargo hold here is almost at 200 low density structure, so that gives us a good little supply to do some automation without having to be building that by hand. So it speeds up our process here. We will need to change these recipes because they were doing aluminum before, or low density structure. Now it's doing, I think it's called medium density. Yep. What do you need? More iron. Okay. Our iron miners are here. I'm probably gonna do another one because iron and bauxite is used so much. They are really the building blocks of the universe. This way, we'll hopefully not get stuck a lot. Oh, and of course, we do need to change the filters here, these ones, so they export medium density. There we go. Grab a little more of these and a little more of that. And in terms of power, all those little setups are self-sustainable. They have just enough power to keep running. Of course, if you click over here, and here comes the catch, you can click over the signal tab here, and it's generating 18, what's that, decibels? I don't know. The radio signal. And if you press over here, look at that. It's pollution. It's noise pollution. And our enemies are mechanical in nature, so AI in nature. As our pollution goes around, they will notice us. They're gonna get mad. So we do need to mind that, and there's a whole way that you can play this game, just like Factorio, I guess. where you're mindful of your pollution, or as it said here, or your noise. So you get more time between attacks and all of that. And that's actually a super successful strat, or at least it was. It was just very time consuming to build things that are like um, noise aware. I don't know. I think if we press B, we can see my blueprints from other games. Um, I made the no signal run, and here you are. Everything that's NS is. Oh, the search bar is not showing what I type. But everything that's NS are things I built that are no signal and that, uses different sort of blocks to hide the signal, to mask the signal. So power generators and whole like mining facilities are, this is a research facility with no noise, because research facilities generate a lot of noise and they are very, very vulnerable. So using that is a legitimate strategy, so you get more time and don't get your stuff attacked. I think this is a smelter setup that has no noise. You also have to manage heat, but we'll get there in time. Also, my plan was to be talking while the thing is crafting, but it wasn't done crafting yet. So I forgot to queue it. So let's grab that. We're already generating, an okay amount of resources. We do need one more. Okay for the very, very start, of course. We do need one of those. There we go. Is everything working here? Seems like it. Probably we will be seeing one of those or maybe two disabling from time to time, but it's because the ratio is not perfect. Um, these here can almost fill three of those. I could never get this early game ratio right. I don't feel like this game is about perfect ratios necessarily. It is for some processes, but for mining, I don't feel like it matters too much. But it almost feels heretical to say something like that. It feels wrong. Um, Maybe we place. The reason I'm measuring this is so I can build this. How I want to build a long line of mining stations in the future. So this way I can space things properly. This is gonna be the silicon, and I believe mostly combat ships, maybe science ships. Let's see here. Where is that? Those here are the research drones. Yeah, they do use AI controller circuits, so we do need that. Also, why aren't you producing? Are you? Oh yeah, you're not exporting. There you go. That should be fine. Oh, the whole setup here is not done. That's sad. So let's queue that up. Once we're done with this, we can do research and research automation. And after that, I think is a little mall, even though I'm not super, super great at automation games as much as I love them. So there's a lot of thinking that can be done. I spend just a lot of time thinking on things and testing silly things out, like doing a no signal run. I don't know if there's anything here that shows like the amount of time. Oh, you can see the designs here by just clicking on them. Oh, there you go. I guess that's one of the weirdest one I've done. That's a FU. I don't even know what that is. It's a cruiser. What's FU called? What does FU mean? I don't know. Ask me in the past. But there you go. That's a cruiser. That's what I call a cruiser. Because yes, ships and stations, there's no difference. You'll see very soon that ships and stations is just a societal construct. What do you identify it as? Like a Apache attack helicopter, as a space station? It doesn't matter, because all the changes is like you either have a rotor or a thruster. But for now, stations are stations. But very soon in the tech tree, you unlock a tech. Let me see where it is. This one. I think it's this one. I'm not exactly sure. Where stations become mobile very, very slowly. You can reallocate your whole factorial setup. It just flies. And I do need to show you this because it's crazy. I don't think you can do this now because I don't see the menu. I know there's a research for it. And then everything becomes a ship, pretty much. It just doesn't have thrusters. It just moves very slowly. But, once you attach thrusters, you can make a factory that flies 300 meters per second. That's ridiculous. Like, this game is ridiculous. It's very fun. and very good to play. Also, I forgot to say, because I do need to point those things out for no reason, but because I think I would want to know. It's on 40% discount. That's a steal. Anyway, hopefully I can show you why that's a steal. These guys are not producing what they should, so let's apply the right filters. Just like Factorio, you can press Alt, and you can change the view mode, so I can see what those things are producing, and we can see that here they are producing the right things. You might ask yourself, and let me get ahead of myself, because I guess that's the best way I can do these videos or these streams. This is how I roll, just going fast. The stability is a thing. If you can see on the middle bottom there, on the UI, there's a thing called stability. The more blocks we add, well, if we keep adding things, for example, a bunch of connectors here, well, we don't even have those, so I can showcase. You can see stability will change. 24, 26, and it keeps raising. If that numbers goes boom, if you go over that, the whole thing stops working because now it becomes dangerously unstable. You need stability. There are ways to raise the stability, there are ways to fix that. But that's why I tend to do a lot of small self-contained setups that, exchange things through other means. And the game's done in that way. If you try to make everything like a huge blob, well, you're just gonna need an infinite amount of certain types of buildings, and it's like there is a diminishing returns. You're not gonna be able to really do that exactly. But I'll show you once we get there. We now have silicon stuff being made. It's being super slow though. Oh yes, we're gonna quickly face an issue. You can see this guy here only has one mining drone on the fleet tab on the right. Same thing here. I think this guy only has one. This setup, as cute as it is, as cozy and compact as it is, it actually doesn't do much, It doesn't do much for us or for itself. Actually, and this is stuck because I should do what I did on the others and do something like this. And hey, this here wasn't possible. Let's see the patch notes. When was the conveyors added? I think it was November, but I could be wrong. Oh man, this is gonna take too long to figure out when this was added, but this was kind of recent. I just wanted to remember. But this wasn't possible. And doing something like this would just require you always to do something like that, for example. Just the weirdo veteran of the game telling you that, you would have to do this instead of just going straight around like that. Also, this is complaining because it's out of power. Let's place it there, maybe here. How much power do you need? Why are you complaining so much? Yeah, now we're gonna have more of those coming up. How much does it need? 5 per 4 seconds. How much do you do? So we needed like 2 of those at least. 2 seconds to craft. I think it's like 2.5. I don't know. I'm not gonna do arithmetic, live. I refuse. I'm a derp. So I think for this to run at full speed, I think we need another mine and another setup like these. And these 3 seems to be fitting that one really well. Because I did calculate ratios and do a whole like calculated run, but there is like bonuses and things that come. It doesn't take long for you to get like production bonuses and things. So doing too much, being too close in your ratios and things, can actually just like be thrown off by different things rather quickly. So yeah, I'm just gonna go by eye on this and say clearly we need another setup like this, feeding that shipyard there. And you know what I'm gonna do? Oh, this is gonna be weird, but I'm gonna do it like that. Let's see what happens to our grid, because I think we're gonna blow up in stability. This is already 36, so there's a high chance that we'll blow up the stability budget here. I need more iron, I think. Well, do we need more silicon? Just a little bit. Oh, silicons is so slow though. I'm gonna need to add more. Even with 4 ships, it's being very slow. So here we go. That. And it's out of power. How much power do you need? A couple more solar panels. Well, this is gonna be sad because I do not have space, so I'm gonna have to do something like this. You can do little silly things, for example, into sort of weird design decisions. Let me do an example here. But that will cost stability. Nothing prevents you from doing weird things, such as placing a little cargo box and just filling it up with solar panels and really not using it as a cargo box. But then, it costs a lot of stability. That's why you have these blocks over here. Infrastructure. You get struts. They are structural blocks. Let's bring that down over to our hotbar. How do you do that again? Over here? Yeah. So I'm gonna remove these and add struts. Struts has a weird rule where it lowers the stability cost of things, but I don't want to get too much into this nitty gritty stuff. But you can use struts to lower the stability cost of things. There's some rules about it, but it's pretty much that. Do we want to? Yeah, sure. Share resources. You're making the engines, and this is going over there. This graph looks so weird because it's sort of using the strut. Yeah, those conveyor are visually strange, a little bit strange. Curved ones. So yeah, we're making a lot of mining drones that's saying like no available mining stations. So there you go. We could even like copy these and make more. But it's one thing that you will have an issue on the early game of just these little bottleneck of mining ships. It's definitely a thing you need to watch out because it can sort of starve you. And usually what happens in this game, at least in my experience, you can be starved for resources, you can be starved for ships, you can run out of stability in very sensitive or dangerous moments when an enemy is coming right at you and things like that. Do I need all these solar panels? I don't know. Let's remove these. 71. If I remove those, will that work? No. Yeah, I could do a thing here. We're okay. We're looking fine. And one thing I did this for, to show you, hey, pass-through is here. This is part of why this game is very satisfying to play. How do I dock these again? F5. Because you can share resources. I could make a couple of connectors here and share the resources from inside this machine because it has an inventory. It works like a little chest. So while it's taking in its inputs, it starts a little bit on the buffer and you can pass through to the other buildings. So you could chain a lot of buildings. And that is super nice. And that's super satisfying. I don't think every factory games needs that, but I tend to love games that do that. And they just feel satisfying. Because you can just do weird setups using that. Why are you being slow? I don't know. There we go. Now we have these. I kind of want to make a buffer, but we don't need to do that. Let's move on from the game. The game is begging us to make to advance, and I'm just showing you like early game stuff. My issue with this kind of game is that I really like staying on the early game and savoring it, because usually mid game and late game goes hard in these games, and I don't know. I'm just super passionate about early automation game, early automation game. Like, how do I say what I want to say? I don't even know. The early game of automation games. There you go. I'm passionate about them. Yeah, now we got those. We're gonna need some research. Where can we research? Oh yeah, I just remember how research works. It works by you doing asteroid research stations and placing them on asteroids. They do not consume the asteroid, but they do consume many resources because the here the asteroid research, you can see it gathers 10 research before self-destructing. So this can be very expensive. You be consuming resources to generate research. Um, and then, if the more research, the faster you go, the more you're consuming resources. So I guess it's the same as Factorio. But there, whoops, let's do 4. But I do say, on the previous versions, the enemies were kind of, it wasn't too long until if you were too hungry on your production and your noise and everything, the pollution, you could get into that factorial kind of state. I guess that can happen on Factorio as well, where the enemies are coming at you, and it can become like kind of, I don't know if grating is the right word, but it's sort of annoying and sort of boring, and they keep coming, and it never ends. I don't feel I need like a hub. I need an armor block. I don't have armor blocks yet. So I can attach a bunch of solar panels to this. Let's see, how much is that? This consumes, I would need a couple more solar panels. In these things only have, you can see the attachment points are only on the left and right of it. So I can do the silly thing and do a cargo box over here, because that's the only block I really have. I super dislike doing things like that for some reason. But we can use that as a structural block just to add more power until we have, research. Sort of jury rigging here. There we go. Why are you out of power? Oh, this doesn't attach. Well, let's break it down then. We can always do it just like this. We'll transform this into 2 different stations until we can make a bigger one. Because we do not have the blocks, the attachment points, our hands are tied. There we go. Oops. Yep. Yeah, and you can see like I'm not clicking individual blocks to do anything. I'm not like removing. It takes a little bit like to remove individual blocks like this. If you just press Ctrl X, I guess just like Factorio, you can give commands to your drones. The more drones you carry with you, the faster is your construction work and all of that. So this game is basically like, is that mid, late, I don't know, early mid game, late early game Factorio, where you have like drones working for you. This is balanced and this is balanced, so this is fine. We're ready to start taking in research drones. We can do a factory for research drones. What do they take? Let's see. Is that logistics? No, that's production. So those guys they take both silica and bauxite. So we need to bring those two together. The problem is, I don't think we have any technology that allows us right now to transfer items like easily. Let's see here. We do have like little ships or little drones here, a little bot, an inserter bot. And here's how these work, just so you see how they work. You can put a box anywhere over at this track and a box anywhere. An input and an output anywhere there or here or there and all that. I feel like maybe they take power. I don't remember. There we go. So that little bot is carrying a few resources at a time. I think 5 at a time. So you see, it takes a lot of time to do a little transfer. So this is good when you wanna bypass the limit for the grid size or the stability, because you could then do things like this. Instead of using connectors, you could make a whole other shipyard over here and just carry very quickly resources to the other side. But doing this in bulk is not like great. You could chain those to bring things all the way around here and all the way around. There's so many ways that you can do this game and play this game, just like Factorio. But I really do like, what I really, really do like is mass drivers. They are here, very at the start of the tech tree, but you can like skip them and go for cargo logistics. I see people using those a lot, but I kind of don't get it. I did a lot of, like I tried to do a run using them, and I kind of don't get it, because mass drivers do the same things and they sound better. They look cooler. Hey, Mass driver gang, rise up. You are a dirty cargo logistics person. I'm a, you know, noble mass driver user. I'm sorry, we're not the same. Anyway, let's go back to today. I'm trying to just get into random trouble. Let's do it. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do research by hand. You know, that's a dirty thing to say, but I'm gonna do it. I just need a bunch of these plasma engines here. Just give me your plasma engines, all of them. Give me all of them. You know what I like to do, other than play automation games? I like to move things with Control X and make a buffer. Also, those little cargo boxes because it dropped the things there. There we go. We make a buffer, so it's not as annoying to be dealing with this. Maybe this will cause the whole system to crash. It didn't. Or will it? It will. Oh no. Oh no. How much power does it need? Oh no. It crashed really badly. Like, this was the one change that I wasn't allowed to do. But here's how you fix it. Let me show you how we fix that. You go into infrastructure and you make a station core. I was avoiding this just because this block is huge and I prefer compact setups. But you can do this. Grab the station core. Pick a spot. Let's do it here, so it remains compact. Station cores, they raise your stability thing, but they take a little power. And I believe they generate noise. Let's see here. Where's the thing? Here. Well, they don't generate noise, but there is some, like, very, very limited punishment, let's say, for using them. But you shouldn't care about it. Just use them. There you go. Now the ship has 170 stability. That's more than double the size of the amount of the station that we can have, which is amazing. So we need, I think, 2 solar panels. Remove this one so we can make 3 here. There we go. If we remove that, is that okay? No, goddamn, we still need 2. Does that work? There we go. So now this is like a little compact, self-sustainable machine. And we'll keep some engines here. It's just so slow to generate, to make those things. I'm surprised. I'm also confused as to why does this thing still have ore on it. We have 3 machines making. Oh, we could run more factories. Well, I need to keep an eye at ratios because I don't remember them. This consumes like 2 every 2 seconds. This makes 1 every 2.5. So 2 would be... Oh god, I don't want to get into that. But yeah, I think 3 can maybe feed 2 of those. Or something quite like that. Usually when I find in these games, the ratios are like decimal. Or like, oh, it does like 2.5. So I'm like, I'm not gonna care. Either do more or do less. But you can get really hung up on that. Hey, our iron just got super packed here. And what's cool is that when you press Control and click, you get only 100. You get 1 stack of the thing. I think if you do like Shift click, Control Shift click, I don't remember, but there's a way to pick them all. We don't need all of that. There we go. Okay, let's go back to what we were supposed to do, which is research. I'm gonna do manual research, but it's faster to craft those because I have the resources. There we go. Our little research drones are being deployed. Let me check a little thing. There we go. And we're now making enough research. We're almost done with what we need. Oh, it's telling us we have a fleet the fleet is full. What's the fleet button again? Tab. So we can come over at this screen and tell it, oh, we want to keep like 2 construction bots and 4 um, bats. You know, our max capacity here is 10. We actually want, let's say, 4 and 6 maybe. Mass drivers. We unlock them, and let's see how they work, because now we can make an automation here for those research bots. Let's make, I think, 4 mass drivers will do. Oh, our crafting queue is stuck because we have a bunch of cargo drones, or rather, research drones with us. So let me think, how much is the stability here? There, again, with this game, there's different ways you can deal with things, but I think if I remove this panel, it's gonna complain. It's not great. It's not a super great design here, but let's try to do it like that. Oh, I think I know what I can do. I just remember a little trick. These guys can actually bypass the solar panels. They are not obstacles, so you can use that to feed your mass driver, which is super cool. And they will drop over at that box. That box will feed this thing, and this thing will need a couple solar panels. Is this power balanced? It is. So there we go. It's being fed by little drones. I think maybe the better idea here is to move this one away. Grab one of these boxes and add it here. Come on, sir, move away. There we go. And this is just 3 separate grids now, so we can move them, we can do whatever we want. Oh, I always forget that these things don't work that way. This is not gonna look weird at all. Not gonna look strange at all. I guess we move them one. I guess. Where's the little mass driver? I'm gonna have it here on my hotbar. There we go. Okay, everything should be fine finally. You can do the same thing over at the other side. Over here. There we go. Now, these will pick up. What's happening over here? Oh no. I copied. This wasn't working all this time. Rip. Ripperino and pepperoni, as they say. But that's fine. This is not great. We'll figure out a solution for it later. Just want to go and do the quick automation here. So mass drivers, they are cannons that shoot cargo from one mass driver, from a sending one to a receiving one. So and they have a range. You can see this little circle here. If I add them over here, for example, and I get this guy and say set destination to there, it will charge up, and then it will shoot the cannon, which is super cool. And there you go. We already have like 52, 82. We already have a bunch on here. Very quick cargo transfer. For short range, but then you can chain them and make a whole like chain of mass drivers, a whole line. So what do we need for these automation here? Plasma engines and the AI controller. So I think I'm gonna do the plasma engines over here. They're gonna give me the input. This is where the fun begins, right? This is when you start doing setups and all of that. I'm gonna have maybe 1 or 2 shipyards. Oh, I don't have my thing. I need to reset my things down here. because they're all wrong. My hotbar, that is. So this here will make the asteroid research bot, and we're gonna chain those. Don't know if we'll have enough throughput, but or enough input. We'll hope and adjust. Now we're ready for some power. Go. How is the power going over here? It doesn't take a whole lot of power, this one. And we could, of course, have a centralized place making a lot of, just a lot of thrusters. How's these called? Plasma engines. Could have a centralized plasma engine production and then export that via different means to other stations. Like you can design things however way you see fit. You can build everything around asteroids, or you could just extract bauxite and then move all. There's so many different ways that you can set up your base and set up your production. It's super cool, and I'm not sure which are the right and which are the wrong ways. I just do and test different things. You know, I had early game syndrome on this a lot, so I would often just restart the game so I could try a different idea and see where it would lead. That's why I say like the no signal thing is super cool, but it's super time consuming. But it's super cool because the enemies, don't really find you, and so they get really derpy. We're gonna use the pass-through here, so we shared input resources between both factories, and then they make these. We do need to do the same thing down here. Oh, I'm out of low density, which is not common, since I bring a lot. Then we can add these over here. These will probably be super slow, but we're not really needing like an insane amount of production for these. Oh, we do not have a research selected. I forgot about that. Let's get a bad damage research. We can also queue up research, of course. Let's improve the fleet capacity, which is good. Super important. The other one to make things smoother would be the logistics management. It's just as, I think it's shipyard. Yeah, the shipyard. Next then. And I guess the military defense platform and radar. And then this one, the junctions. I think that's good. So our research is doing very well. It's already completing the first one. Now that we are doing research though, look at that. The signal is just like exploded. So our combat ships are doing 50% more damage, which is, a good investment. How many ships can I carry? Oh, we cannot carry many more. But that's going to be rectified real soon. Let's see, that upgrade will go up to 20. I think 15 and 5 should be good. There we go. How's the research going? Yeah, it's going okay. Let's do a little exploration then. There's a fog of war, and usually when you go away, not usually, but after a little while, the fog will come back. Fleet command is now increased our personal fleet to 20, which is great. Actually, increased by 20, so we can have more combat ships. Hey, not bad. Let's build those. So we need 11 more. I don't remember if there's a way to... Oh, it's right click. Right click kills 5. The game is now telling me to do like get rid of the research bots because I have like research bots on my fleet. We're gonna do that in a while, and it's telling me to automate the bat production. So I forgot you can collapse those. Interesting enough, usually enemies are not too far away from you. Did I do the standard game? Did I do a map without enemies? Because this is looking different. Maybe there is like a safe zone around you, but it didn't go so far away before you found an enemy. I want to go to this thing, so let's go that way. But I kind of need to find more of those obelisks. Not that is a great idea to be, leaving the base. Hey, look at that. An ancient portal. We do not know anything about him, but there you go.
The old masters have left us a device of great power. If only this twisted space could be unraveled, so that we may hop along the stars unhindered. Alas, only the Leviathans offer us such pathways, so we must grow.
Yeah, there are like jump gates, and they are completely randomly placed. Sometimes you can look out and have one. Usually there's one close to your base, but sometimes it's not in a great location. Hey, shipyards. We've unlocked them. Man, I'm getting actually worried. Oh, I can see the enemies over there. So we're gonna get into combat. Even though I don't have a whole lot of combat ships, I think that's enough. 25 should be enough. And if I press F5, isn't it F5? Hide cargo. I do not want to hide. Oh, it's F3. There we go. We can see our little fleet. I even have like research bots with me, even though they are not required. They're not used. We unlock defense platforms. We'll check them out in a bit. Oh, here's an obelisk. We need as many of those as possible, and you're gonna see why very soon. Let's jump at these guys. We can make our fleet be aggressive, or we can keep them defensive like I'm using them right now. I think it's F that changes the stance. So you can see they are going now. They're being aggressive and going after the enemies. If you're losing a lot of drones, just switch to defensive and dodge. It's a great way to just win. But that's a tad slower than leaving them unaggressive. Yeah, our research is doing fine. We've now got an exploration center. Where are we going? To the north. Let's see here. We found a silicon asteroid. Choose silica. It's actually silica. When these guys... Let's go back here. I forgot a base. And I feel like... I don't know how it works. But usually if you leave enemies behind, I feel like they expand or recolonize some places. So it's always good to make sure you cleared a place out. Maybe leave a little turret behind, which we don't have yet. There we go. Yeah, this is a big like enemy colony over here. So let's switch back to defensive mode, because our drones will repair when they reach us, when they dock, when we are outside of combat. This is just maybe too many enemies. I kind of don't want to deal with that amount of enemies right now. We are unlocking junctions. We are unlocking a bunch of little blocks. These things that I've mined, they are comets. They have ice on them. You can only get ice from them, and you need very, very small amounts of ice at the start. There are ways to make infinite ice. It doesn't take too long. For now, that's how we do it when we need it. Let's activate this Celestara Oracle. It's a mysterious intelligent force held inside an ancient structure.
Thank you, Traveler. My consciousness has been reactivated. I am of the Celestara, a priesthood of the once great Lumini civilization. I can grant you some small part of our former power if you bring me Lumin orbs. Return to me when you have gathered a sufficient amount.
There you go. So every time you get these orbs, you can come here and upgrade yourself. Usually what I just do, and I think they rebalance this, and that's super sad, is just max out speed. Because as you can see, like we're dragging ourselves over at the map. And with 3 orbs, that's 25%. That's, that's an okay upgrade. So usually I just do that, before I start thinking even on anything else. It's just like super, like it saves so much time. The obelisks are not too hard to find, but we don't have really a radar or a way to, to detect them faster. And usually, you can snipe some for free, or at some places, but usually there's a whole colony around them. And hey, look at that, another portal. That's great. That's too close to our base though, but that's fine. And hey, here's a comet flying by. I don't know if the game has music. I don't remember. I think I toggled the music on, but I don't remember if it has music. In exploration without those upgrades, without these little boost upgrade, you can boost that ability, can upgrade it and make you, I think it gives you more charges, so you can boost twice and all that. Without those upgrades, exploration can be a little slow. But the idea is just come here and upgrade, and that's 50% faster already. So that's huge. Let's see if we can snipe a couple more obelisks before we go back to base. Oh, a bauxite. I always love fighting those because bauxite is used so much. It's crazy. Go through it like water. It really is. Like, there's only 100,000 there. You can eat that up real fast. Hey, an iron one. That's plenty of iron. We do need to select research because our base stopped researching. So let's be done with this tier here. And then, oh, well, wait. Can you move things? I don't think you can. Oops, I don't know if you can prioritize, but this 100% requires prioritization. So there you go. Let's do these first, because these are more important to me, personally. Bigger fleet and more damage. Super important. Oh yeah, I don't know if we can change the difficulty, but one thing I do and I recommend, I forgot to do it here, lowering the enemy's HP. Because, they are swarm of enemies, and they have too much HP, and the game becomes weird, in my opinion. Um, when the enemy has lower HP, it becomes like more satisfying, more like Factorio. When not, the time to kill is too slow for an automation game. So that's just my suggestion. Make them die faster. Of course, research helps to start. Until it doesn't. Because the further you go from your base, and I don't think this is on Factorio, right? You can see on the bottom right, on the minimap, it's saying enemy strength, 32%. If I keep going, like I'm mousing away, like this is, gonna keep going to the right. The more I go to the right, to the infinite of space, enemy strength can go up to 300%. So eventually these guys get more HP and they get more damage and start getting silly. And while you do get stronger as well, I don't know. I don't know if I, played enough to become super powerful or whatever. I just felt like they do not deserve the amount of bonuses they get. Just because you're going away from your base. But we'll see. A lot of people, of course, don't play automation games for... There's a whole always this sort of divide between communities in automation games when they have combat. A lot of people would just disable the enemies. And I completely get that. It's fascinating to me. The two factions, the builders and the combat people. And I'm kind of in between. So it's rough. Because this one is too much into the combat, and the combat is not that super great. So making the enemies have low HP, it actually becomes fun that you're smacking them. It's like early game Factorio, or when you got flamethrowers at Factorio or something like that. That becomes satisfying. It's telling me to get rid of the research bots. Oh yeah. So what do we do so the tutorial can let us go? We build these shipyards. I think we'll need one for each kind of bot. We have 4 different kind of bots. but I kind of do want to do 2 for the military ones. How many shipyards? Yeah, these are super cheap for what they do. They are basically just bot storage or drone storage. So I can come over here and add like a few of those. I'm gonna do 2 for combat and 1 for each type. So over here, we can request for full drones, full combat drones. And you gotta do that before you power these buildings, otherwise the base will just spam and throw drones at it. This is gonna be construction, even though we're not gonna be automating those for a while. Miners and researchers. So now if we add a little power to those, and I did do these in a weird way, as I tend to do. This is too close. Oops. There we go. You just pretend this is one big building. There you go. They are actually not. They are completely separate grids. And now it's going to be storing things. You can already see our little cute little... Is that mining drones? Parking over here. I'm surprised the researcher drones aren't... Oh, this is miners. I think I did a derp. There we go. So you can distribute like these shipyards to like hotspot locations of your base. So they start drones there for use. So, you know, I could move this one over here. That's usually what I tend to do, of course. And I actually do tie this up into a single building. Please comment you. Okay, thank you. Now we have 50 slots for drones. There we go. We can press tab and deploy our research drones. Oh god, I moved. Did I move the right thing? Where did the research drones go? Why do you have research drones here? I've never seen that before. Don't know why they're docked on the wrong place. But yeah, we can then give them over here. And whenever these guys need it, they will request and take them. Oh, we cannot attach these here, so that's fine. This will give these to these stations. So that one will produce, we'll move them here, and we'll give to this station. So that's super nice. Now it flows much better. The game is suggesting us, and we 100% should listen to it, to automate bat production, to automate defense drones or combat drone production. We'll do that in a second. We can do a little design. Let's see here. We need a military one. And we can add these here. So if we press Shift 1, very Factorio-like, we can do something like this. Super important to defend our shipyards, of course. Oh, I put this in the wrong direction. These defense platforms, they can take up to 20 bats. We're gonna have to redo our bats here, and they are all stacked up there. And this here is a little radar that pushes back the nebula so we can see beyond the fog of war. These things, they will defend around the red radius. I don't remember what the blue radius is. It provides a bonus to attack damage and health regen for units stationed here. I don't really remember what the blue thing is. Maybe it's the radar. Attack range, alert range. Oh, there you go. So if enemies get too close to here, to the station, it will alert us that, you know, enemies are too close. Usually what you want to do then, or what I do, I don't know how people play this game actually. I kind of, maybe I should check out. Every time I see a different video from this or a different screenshot, it's completely different from each other, which is awesome. So people seem to play this game very differently from each other. I just love it. Um, let's do more drones here. Craft more. And I need more resources and to automate bats. I need construction. More of these. Let's take like 100 of that. Oh, I think I ran out of silica. Okay. I need a little more drones. Go. Let's see. How do we automate bat prediction over here? We probably should be doing a centralized location with the engines instead of doing it there, to be honest. So let's try to do a new thing over here. Let's do a little new design. Well, I'm kind of gonna mirror one. Then we just copy. This is gonna be like a centralized factory for the engines. They're gonna have their own mass drivers, so can export wherever they want. Nobody will tell them where to export their stuff. But it's a very, very cool game because as the more complex things get, you can try different things out, and they tend to work. There are some automation games that you try things and they don't work that way. That just this game is super flexible, gives you very simple blocks to play with. Then eventually you're gonna be doing load balancers and things by hand, and they work. They do tend to work. What is that organic compound? Okay, there is starting to be crap in our inventory that we don't want. And hey, check this out. We dropped a few artifacts. When you are in combat with the random enemies that we attacked, they can drop artifacts. This one it delivers wireless electricity to all nearby stations within a radius, transmits less power the more stations it's delivering power to. So we can just add this, and it will just generate power. So it's super cool. Generating 30 power. This is good when you need something fast. And is it generating 30? It is. So it doesn't generate less power. It shares less power, right? Let's see. Yeah, the more stations you're sharing power with. So those can, I wouldn't design things around them, but there are some artifacts that are worth designing around. This one is a relic, another artifact that is a radiator. So it reduces heat, and I think they don't do anything else. Some radiators may be super expensive, not expensive, but may add signal or whatever, and you see these ones you just attach here, and now there's like -6 degree worth of heat. We are not caring about heat just yet, but we will very soon. We need to set this up. Is it all set up? It is. Wow, it didn't produce this thing. There's probably gonna be a power issue over here because I'm not giving this too much space for solar panels. There we go. Armor block. So this gives us a very basic block that allows us to do some barrier structuring and armoring things, of course. I think we're needing... Don't we need another assembler? You're not telling us we need that. So you do that and you do that. You do low density. Whoops, you can bypass that. Bring those here. We're exporting those there. Here we go. It needs more power. I don't know if this station design will work. We need more connectors over here. Oh god, it's gonna connect both. I did not think about this. I did not think this truly. We would really connect those two together. Yeah, it became a single thing. I do not want to do that. You know what? I'm gonna do it this way. It's not gonna be nice. We would do the same thing. Let's check. I'm trying to be too compact here. That's a problem I have. No, these are it's still two different structures and they look horrible. They do look terrible. Let's move these around. Yeah, I'm just trying to be too compact, I think. In cargo, like the cargo ships would then make sense. When you want to be super compact, but you do still want to space things out, the cargo ships can help you move cargo. When the mines drivers become overkill, and you just need a little space, the cargo ships 100% are worth using. So let's reconnect our filters. Let's reset them. There we go. How much power? This uses so much power. Do we have better? We don't have a better solar panel yet. Let me see when that's coming. Soon. Very, very soon. What does it need? Oh, yeah. It generates heat. It's a better solar panel, more compact. Great for the kind of designs I like to do. But it does generate heat. So at the same time that it's compact, it you know, you have to think more truly how to use it. Cargo drones, just when I talked about them, they're good to use. Maybe we can use them here. To space this thing out, or is that overkill? I don't know. Let's add more solar panels. Yeah, I think this design would need a better solar panel for it to be super compact. And of course, this the problem with compact designs. Then when you go away, when you come back already, you cannot tell what it's doing. But it doesn't matter because it's doing things. So how much power is it generating? Enough. Just enough. Let's remove all of these. I think this whole thing will have to be moved. But that should be quick. I'm gonna clone that. Oh no, I lost one tile worth of mining. I'll never forgive myself. There we go. I need to start making block factories and malls. So we have... Whoops, this is not what you're supposed to be exporting. Apologies. Give that back. There we go. It's a light. We unlocked a light, and let me tell you, it's a light. Give me these. Why is it not giving me the stuff that's inside? Give me. Release. Don't remember how to operate these. Oh god. I'm not sure. Maybe if I click that. I'm just gonna destroy this. Don't know. There were a bunch of low density materials inside of them and it was just not releasing it. So that should be fine now. Do you guys have enough? Or is this not enough? Yeah, this doesn't feel balanced. Let me check one thing. Ratios. Interesting enough, I do have a note that 3 printers does feed 2 assemblers, but it's 2 miners for 1 assembler. Am I crazy? I don't know. But I think what we're seeing here is that we need more mines. It's clearly not enough to feed all of this, so let's delete that. And just do these. There we go. I don't know if this will work as a junction, we'll see. Need more power here now. Just want to check if what the problem really is here. Need one more solar panel. There we go, they're mounting up. Yeah, I think I got my ratios wrong. There you go. I do. I feel like we need another mine. One less of these. One, we can move that. Oh man, I'm just making a mess. Just misclicked and destroyed everything. There we go. Should that be better now? Yeah, it's almost there. Is anything stuck? I don't think it is. I think we need one more mine. One more set of assemblers. Or rather, those are atomic printers, those are assemblers. Oh man, it's just the names. Me and the names of blocks. Do another mine. I think this should be balanced. So now we have a place where we can export engines from. So you can also do something like this. So now you can export, 2 places. Not super great. It's not super great. And I always try to use more conveyor, like 2 conveyor line, even though that's kind of not the idea, I guess. But I try to make them. There is an artifact there. You can make the conveyors move faster. I just like trying to make it fast. What can I say? How much power does this consume? Yeah, we're gonna need a few more of those. And we're doing fine on stability. The funny thing here, and this was not the intention, this whole block here counts as a single setup, and that's not my intention. It's connected probably to this conveyor, this connector. I'll later move all of this. This is gonna give a problem to us eventually, but I'm not gonna care about that now. We can now remove, for example, these export here, clear the destination. We can set the destination of that to that. Get all of those. We can actually remove all of this. And then just, there we go. Would this work as a junction? I don't think it will. So we can make junctions actually, or splitters, but they are called junctions here. Yeah, this is a junction right here. And you can prioritize things and all of that. Your output priority. Let's change it to that. You can never understand how to remove things from inside one of those. What I do is just delete them and do them again, because I can never figure out how to clear their inventories. Oh yeah, we're receiving the engines. And look at that, we're gonna be making what we need to be making. Let me check the recipe for bats. You can make very compact shipyards, or usually I don't do it this way. I make the shipyards build the intermediaries, or I make them do whatever they need in the same grid, and then I just bring those low density, basically. That's what I move around. But I never stop to look at compression and if that's a smart thing to do, because it's probably not super smart, but at the same time the mass drivers are so good that it doesn't, like, compression doesn't really become a problem. But of course, the closer you can do to the resource gathering, the better, right? So you're not moving raw ore. Raw ore would be crazy. Let's see here. Takes 2 bauxite, so it's not that crazy to be moving, bauxite to a centralized printing location. And then over here is just 2 again, so it's again not that crazy to just, like, compression is not super huge factor here. It can become the more you scale up, but I really feel like in this game you can do whatever you want and whatever is possible. And you don't need to be super uber producing everything. You can go as fast or as low as you want. You can say that about Factorio and other games, but especially here, I don't feel like a huge pressure to be doing, like, the absolute best thing. It just feels like amazingly satisfying to do so, to do well in the game, because it looks cool and it performs cool, and it's mostly automated, and you can automate more and more things over time as well, just like Factorio. So yeah, it's satisfying. What we can do now is actually look at the recipe for the bats. Let's look over here. I could have done that on my inventory, because I think, yeah, bats is the same as research bots, and it's the same as the construction bots. So we could just have a place that receives things and share them. Let me think this through, so I don't do something silly. But if we really, really need it, I am thinking about doing something like this. Let's remove these. And place like that for now. And get those. I'll need to replace all these things I'm stealing here. That's fine. So how do I want to do this? I kind of want to merge these things. I guess, like, with one of those. I've never really done this kind of design before, so I wonder if this will be silly. It might be. We'll see. Oh yeah, I don't remember how to bypass. Oh god. I'm trying to do something here. Then I just realized I actually don't remember how to make these work exactly. Well, I can do it serial, so it will be easier on me. Yeah, I'll show you what I mean. You can do, like, let's say, like a little main bus. So we got our things over here. And then let's say you want to do production lines on both sides of on the main bus, right? Will that work? No, that is safer. So let's say you want to do something like this. Is that okay? I don't know. Do I need more blocks? Nope. So how do you cross things without getting in the way of the main bus? You can do that via these little bots here. So for example, you need over here, I don't know why I'm showing you this, I'm gonna show you how bad I am. at this kind of game. I don't remember if junctions connect with each other. I don't think they do. No, they don't. So this would be a little funky. But you would use those to bypass them. Then you have to sort of chain things and think too much. Think too much on how you want to cross this thing around and bypass the lane. There are ways and there are better ways and there are sillier ways, but I think like just doing things on serial, because this is space. We literally have infinite space. Um, and doing something with drones, I don't like using these. And the reason why I don't like them is that it's always weird when you copy things over, but especially when you move, when we have the ability to command those and to move them away. So what I'm gonna do here instead, I'm just gonna do it in series. It's not gonna look as cool as crisscrossing things, but I'm gonna do this there. I don't know. Let's just remove all of these. My inventory is probably full of garbage. Well, it's looking okay. So we can actually do this the other way around. If I could rotate these, it would be better. Because I kind of don't want to go. I want to do this vertical, not horizontal, because we don't have horizontal space in this place. Here should be fine. I actually like more when we have more space in the center, because I tend to build a lot of things on the center between the starter asteroids. After that, it doesn't really matter where you build. And those guys get shreked so fast anyway, it doesn't matter. You can see it's already 97k, and it's only been like 1 hour and a half. These will run out. So let's do. We still are gonna have to use bots, aren't we? Because I do need to bypass things. Or I can do the laziest possible. What I like to do in this game sometimes is do the laziest possible solution to a little design issue I'm having. For example, how much space do I need to give this? I'm taking so long to build this. You can see when I say to you that I'm not good at automation games, it's because I overthink and I try to do things too compact. This will be fine. I will merge. So we'll do this here and here. Let's delete everything. Just delete everything. Need my things back. Go. Now we make a junction over here. There. I think this will look maybe better than the previous spots. I don't know how like weird this. I don't think I've ever, except for Distinct, I don't think I've ever played an automation game like this live. I don't know. Because every time I'm almost always terrified of playing automation games live because of the weird way I play. Not weird, but I just like thinking and rethinking and redoing until I find what I want. I'm like, how am ever and I'm gonna be commenting on what I'm doing? Because my brain is thinking about 5 designs and hating all of them at the same time. And with different weights, I'll tell you that. I hate them in different ways. But then, if what I gave up to my life is like trial and error. Just keep trying. Just keep like experimenting with things until something comes out of it. Where is the core? Here. This will need a core because it's a big one. It's a big boy. And usually I try to place cores in a weird way, the weirdest way possible. So if anyone looks, they think, huh, this guy, he hates cores because I do. Don't really. It's just like, they are so big. And I kind of want to try to make, I try to make the ship profiles compact. I don't like to do something like this, Even though you can, and they kind of look cool. If you do some weird things like that. Power to you if you do that, because there was a run I did something like that. The no signal run had very weird designs, and I like those. Yeah, we need power now. I completely forgot about research. This is how I play this. I just forget about research all the time. So let's add a bunch of things. I kind of want to design advanced solar panels. Let's queue everything here. We keep so the research doesn't just stop. But I'm surprised at how low. Is this symmetrical? Why are you not symmetrical? Oh no. Oh no, this is a crime. I hate that. No, 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 no. That cannot be true. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. We're gonna have to rebuild this. And you know what? It's not gonna look better. Trust. Man, I almost. Hey, why didn't you tell me? Why didn't you warn me of the crime I was doing? No. These power things, I kind of wish you could disable the warning, because the blinking does get annoying. So let me see if there's anything here. Don't think there is. Sometimes it does get to you. If this place ever needs coolers, it's gonna need a rebuild. So you are doing researchers. Where's our miners? There. Then comes the building bots, even though they won't matter for a long time. Then we can do combat. These I actually want 4 of. Oh, we got thermal management, radiators, and heat exchangers. Those are cool. We will see them in a few. So there you go. A long ass shipyard, isn't it? So let's do this. This is usually not how I go about it. I usually do the whole like line, these line here, add to that. But then, you know, the grid is huge, and I do one for each of kind of bot. But I don't know. I kind of like sending away the finished products. We can do that by right-clicking. Whoops. Can you do that by right-clicking? I don't know. But we can. This guy set destination. We're gonna do. You are gonna receive the first things. You're gonna receive the second things. Go here. We're gonna do more AI stuff soon. Silicon. Silicone. There you go. Why is this connector? Is it connecting to the solar bay? That's weird. Solar bay? Solar panel? And how much power do you need? A lot. But that's cool. We have a bunch of little places to stick our solar panels. Some kind of production lines or some kind of designs are gonna have issues with space for, I don't know, heat exchanger or bonuses. Some you're gonna have issues with different sort of things. But overall, I just think the game's really fun. So yay, we figured out. It's done. What's the problem here? Is it throughput or connector speed? Or is it actually consuming everything? Now it's building a little how do we say that? A little buffer. I think we might need 2 lanes. Because the combat production can go hard. Let's expand that because it will be important. This is kinda sorta. Don't wanna get, you know, don't wanna put any pressure this, but this is kinda the heart of our operation. It's not exactly because the miners are being built there. But this could be done to make miners too. Oh no, are we already out of we're out of stability. I could make this very ugly so it becomes more compact. So I think what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna remove these, add that here, remove that, add that here. We're going loud. We're going loud with this. And just add a bunch of solar panels. Gonna be big and proud. Let it rip. I'm very surprised we're not being attacked. I don't know if I did not toggle any options about it. I think this is all standard. But I do remember the dev on one of the recent updates. They took a more. It was the combat could be very annoying over like didn't take long. So I'm happy. But the combat stuff can be fun. It's just that too much of it does get annoying. However, I'm doing a lot of noise. I think there's just like a more forgiving starter area. But we're almost going through the grace period. For example, I'm pretty sure there are enemies here. Is that an enemy? Nope. But there were some here. Are you getting engines or are we out? These are guys are producing full speed. Oops, this is missing a thing. Is it not getting any? Oh, because this one is sending everything he gets to that one. So this cannot support, actually this cannot support two mass drivers. Because the production is so slow. Yep, we can remove that then. No use. And if we expand more, we can make more. But I think we are doing fine. They're not, well, they're not getting, this guy is not getting what he needs. There's actually not enough available defense platforms. We got an advanced solar power. These are super cool. Did we already fill the slots here? Oh, what the heck? No. Yeah, it's fine. I thought they were storing construction bots. I did that once. These guys takes a while until they become useful, until you actually start using them. So I was like, oh my god. I had to hold on to construction bots for hours without using them once. Yeah, we got a lot of, wow. Did they rebalance this? Or is this production actually like good? Because my intention wasn't doing this good. This was supposed to be good. We can merge these guys. You know what? Let's do it like this. Go. Always are like we have so many of these ships. What I do is usually I put a box, of course, just like Factorio, and just fill that box with the things we don't, the excess. The problem is I have so much excess. Fine. We're ready to keep going. It's asking us to do 25 technologies. We're almost doing that. We're running research full speed and it's still a little slow. I do recognize that it's getting a little slow. Out of power because I removed the solar panels without adding them back. Generates 77, yep. So let me show you the coolness of this solar panel here. It takes a little bit longer to craft, but it generates 20 kilowatts, so it's like almost 2.5 of the other one. A lot of these initial setups usually can make do with like 2 or 3 of those. It's pretty much the case here. They do generate heat. We can see it generates, where is that? Heat generation 0.5 degrees Celsius per second. In this one, you can run 2 of those in one little heat exchanger, or you can use radiators to really spam them if you need. So let's try to make these be fed all of with that cool compact pane. Um, I'm gonna add those here. We're gonna need like 4 of those. And here's the issue already. Let's swap that away. Where's my heat exchanger and the radiators? Where is the heat stuff? Over here. But over time, there's a bar that shows you the heat rising up. Yeah, you can see there on the right side, it's like 11 degrees. I don't remember at which point it will start becoming a problem, but it will mount up very silently, and when it overheats, it will start, damaging blocks. Usually is the one generating heat that will damage and will explode. So what you do is you add these radiators, or rather these are heat exchangers. They do have little, like, they have a little heat sink on them. It's actually 1 degree. It was saying half degree. I don't know, maybe I read that wrong. This is better. But it's 1 degree Celsius. It lowers. Oh, this generates half. So you need 2 of those for 4. Or just to show you how this works, some blocks in the game, they only attach to hubs. You can see it attaches here. So 1 heat exchanger can run a max of 3 radiators. The radiators are really good. They are just really good. They also use a lot of stability, I guess. We don't need all of those. We can make do with just a couple of those. And these will be super functional, super compact. These are newer. These solar panels are newer, and they are so good and kind of fun to use. We are dissipating everything. No heat being, well, it is actually mounting up. Even though it's saying we are heat dissipating 101%. So it is actually heating up, and you can see the maximum temperature over here before it starts exploding and damaging other blocks. So I guess the solution is just add a single radiator pointing back here. So the temperature is stopped. That's weird. I don't know why it's keep rising. Now it's kind of, going down. But I haven't seen this before where it's fighting me. The heat is just fighting itself. If I put another radiator, let me see what happens. Maybe they have an operational temperature, I don't know. But I've never seen that. Them just keep rising like that. So let's do it that way. Everything is fine. You can then fire these here. It's okay. I know this is asymmetrical, but let it be. Let it go, okay? It looks okay. How is our fleet going? We need... What do we need? Shouldn't we have 50? Is that 50? That's weird. I don't know why it's saying 49 over there. Overdrivers. Yeah, overdrivers to raise your production speed. This is also cool. This is pretty much the early game, and you can already make some cool designs. Adding those will improve, you can see there, production speed, vision range, and mass driver firing speed. So this is super cool. You can make like a little mining mass driver hub station. So something like that. Of course, they do not connect that way, but anyway. And you can add a couple of overdrivers. Then you do need to compensate for heat, and then those will fire very fast. It's very cool. I've used that before. It's super nice. What's our next objective here? I guess let's go attacking something. Maybe building defensive stations. A couple of defenses wouldn't hurt. Like just a little perimeter before we do anything else. Before we start automating or doing anything else. Need like 8 of those and a few radars. Of course, these are really bad, and eventually they are all gonna need to be replaced with something proper. This is just so, our signal is getting out there. If someone just goes by and decides to attack, we have a little bit of a defense going on. Whoops, these things do need struts, so let me add those. We need to make some sort of mall, and that's why sending end products is better, because then a mall is really compact. It always take too long to make malls on this, but it's actually not that hard for the benefit that you get. Also, prioritize the right thing. One is already working. These things generate signal too, of course. You need defenses. I'm gonna set them up, go on another run and build them. And as you can see, like we're already receiving drones as we build those things. Far away from the thruster tag, far away. But with that, we'll have our little perimeter. We can start thinking about a mall or something like that. Kind of wanted to get more of those little obelisks so I can improve my speed. Actually, we can improve our speed already. I'm gonna head that direction. You know what is good? When you find one of those with a portal right beside it. That's lovely. So you don't have to, there's barely any work involved in getting there. Like the little ships coming. Look at all the drones docking here. I think we are filled up. Do anything need any blocks? Nope. Our little perimeter is set, so if anything bad happens, we get an... Oh, the Earths are preparing an attack. Yeah, 100% the devs changed this. I think we've reached the barrier here. 100% there's enemies coming from here. Let's see which direction they will come from. And then we go that route, go that direction, and build a little outpost there. Coming from the north. Drones are holding them. That was, no losses. That's good. But here's the thing, the further your signal goes to, again, you can look at the bottom right and you see the signal strength going up and up the further you go from your base. So of course, the more attention you grab is not just more people, more enemies. You get stronger enemies as well coming in. Um, and they do hit hard and they do get annoying. And if they can, flank you and start eating away at your stations, they will. And that's really sad. So have I copy? Yeah, I got this on the copy paste. So I can build a little forward base so we can keep an eye on what they're doing. Let's have a check. They're coming from here, so where are they? His bulk site looks good. So there you are. Things I kind of want to guarantee that we'll have bulk site without annoying enemies close to it. Let's build this over here. Little forward outpost. Even put on the edge there so it can reach those guys. We're gonna get reinforcements here. Our reinforcements do need to fly from base all the way here, so they do take a while. They are reaching here. We got power distributors, not needed right now. And we can improve to using orbs or on main gun, because the main gun is super meh. Super weak at the start. How's our signal looking at? Making a little signal over here. Because hey, there's more people here. As we destroy enemies, we do get research points that I'm collecting, and that makes it faster to just progress. We got a stabilizer artifact. That's super cool. This stabilizer artifact, you can, just stick it on one of your bases, and it does the job of one of those. But it generates, let's see, doesn't give us much stability if I remember correctly. 60, and this one I think it's like 100. 91, yeah. And I remember this one consumes a lot more power. It's 30 kilowatts and this is 4. But this here is just that the more cars you use on a base, you start getting diminishing returns. So this can give you an edge when you already reached your limit with those. There are tiers, and there are tier 2 and better cores, but this can give you an edge. The artifacts are always like giving you a little edge over the competition that you don't really have. Well, you kind of have, because the more signal you do, there you go. The more angry enemies you get. These guys are already 10% stronger than what we were fighting before, because they're deeper in space. Take it. I need more. I think it's like 12. Oh, 3 came out of that. I think I need 12 to max out speed. I don't remember. Well, I think it's 15. No, I knew you can improve speed even more, but speed is just too good to pass up. Then to me comes crafting speed. Weird enough, I would never improve crafting speed in games like this, but this one helps a lot. And then interaction speed is huge once you start commanding things. I do like a newer one. This one here is a connector overdriver. It is an enemy artifact that improves the connector speed. Hey, our bots are now giving 15% damage. There we go. You can find another obelisk and max out our speed. Usually when you see these guys, they usually can be camping or sitting around an obelisk, so it's always good to check. don't know what I collected. Hey, another connector overdriver. That's nice. That's really good for really big stations or when you want something done really fast. One more of those and we'll be go. Oop, another ancient portal. I'll take it. I'll take it. We can go back to base from here. I haven't been using those a lot because there has been like little reason to do so. Would have been an opportunity to just go back to base. Oops, that's a lot of enemies. I haven't been using my abilities, and the reason is they used to be like a surefire way to just lose your drones because they become hyper aggressive when you use the ability, and they are not invulnerable when they're using that ability, so they just die. They do a lot of damage, but then they just die. I don't know. I need to keep trying that out to see if it changed. Did I unlock this one? I did. I guess let's upgrade our speed. Is it down? And max it out because it's super worth. Oh, and the ability is also worth upgrading. Let's click here. Oh, we've maxed it out. I think there is way there you can find more of those. That's not really a spoiler, it's just good information. But I believe if you find another one and activate another one of those, you can improve it even higher, if I remember. The afterburner chargers, I'm gonna go grab that next, because we're already at full speed. Craft speed is good, but it's not like super impactful at the start. And action range is super helpful and very cheap. Very cheap. Gathering radius doesn't make any sense to me, but well, it does impact when you're collecting certain things, artifacts. Oh, another planet. Nice. That's why there's like a whole congregation of people here. It's a lot. What is that? Oh, it's the trident spawner. Okay, these guys kind of suck. You can see they fire. These guys are evil. This is the early game player troller, because most people will be using drones on aggressive mode like this. If you do that and let them just go in face first, I'm already losing drones by using the aggressive mode. If you let them do that to the tridents, I'm gonna use the abilities here. Usually, like, you're gonna just lose a lot of drones. The deeper you go, like, they're just bad killers. Going against them. Where is the obelisk? There must be an obelisk around here somewhere. Go them to see what happens. It improved. Maybe it improved the skills, because the skills were just, every time I would use this skill, I was just losing drones. Of course, the good thing about finding POIs and planets and asteroids is that it just keeps there permanently. Between the fog, you can see that beyond the fog. Hey, there you go. See, fleet command 3, so we can get more bots. Oh man, I think 10 building bots, and maybe 60 of those will do good, even though we should be unlocking soon. Combat drone. If we went back to base and went close to the shipyard, we would be collecting bats, combat ships from our shipyards instead of having to craft them by going until I find a portal, or maybe not. But it's working a lot better now that we have full speed. Oh, I just found a portal. Will I keep my promise? Likely not. Because you know what? I think we should go after another obelisk. Not obelisk. Another temple. Because then we can improve our speed even further. But that, I don't know if you can find that. These guys are like 50% stronger. Even though our bats are hitting really hard. Of them now. Let's see what happens when I throw my bats at them. I don't know if I feel like the skills are better now. I don't know. Just would never use them. Because it throws your bats in front of the enemies and then they would just die. Oh, what is that? A rich silica asteroid. Oh, that's why everyone is here having a party. Fine now. Sorry. Just unlock a repair block. There's so many things that we'll be exploring over time. One bat was destroyed because I keep sending them forward. But that's a small cost to pay. The bats don't feel pain. They're not being hurt. They're fine. So, let's do another one of those. A lot of enemies. That's what the hell is happening here. Just a rave. Oh, there you go. I just lost 10 ships out of that, of using the skills. Of course, there was an insane bubble of just a death stack of enemies, and they got cleared out really quickly by all those skills, but I'm just gonna keep throwing skills at them. Oh, there's more enemy bases here. We gotta remove them, otherwise they keep building more ships. And to me, it is like an since I replayed the start of this game a lot, it's like a necessary evil where you go around killing those guys and sniping obelisks and fighting temples because
The
it's
ideal
super
star
worth.
for our
Oops,
efforts.
that's scary.
Its boundless energy must be harvested, for only by its power can the Leviathan be tamed.
I think we have to harvest this star eventually. You can do star research. Oh god, these guys are even worse. We found even worse enemies. These guys, I think they self-destruct. I don't remember what they do. They just like go in my drone bubble. Oh, there we go. I think they launch like suicidal drones or chemical. I don't know what they do. It's just like it hits like a truck. Let's just throw our bats over there. And lose a bunch of them. Oh, there we go. You see, we unlocked the technology mobile stations. So now we can move our stations. And more so, we can build a rocket adapter. This is like a thruster and attached to our stations so they become ships. So yes, that's a really cool thing. You can have a mobile base if you want. You can play whatever way you want. There was a mountain in this game. You could climb it.
The dragon's
Thank you, Traveler. My consciousness has been reactivated. I am of the Celestara, a priesthood of the once great Lumini civilization. I can grant you some small part of our former power if you bring me lumen orbs. Return to me when you have gathered a sufficient amount.
So, two different voices played at the same time, and only one, which was the same audio we've heard before. I don't remember what the narrator guy, the AI overseer, talks about, but this is a neutron star, and he calls that the dragon's egg. It's very funny, the way he talks about things. I don't really remember what they talk about this, but it's something like another similar thing to the research here to the star. You can research neutron stars for more advanced research, and that's it. But the dramatic way he talks about it is really funny. Let's clear another one of these hotspots and activate another obelisk. So we really do need a portal. That would be amazing. thing here. Oh, thanks. Wow, the random generator god here is just hard listening to me today. That's crazy. Never happens on single player. So clear that out. Complete repair augments. Increase the healing rate of units stationed at logistics stations and defense platforms by. Like, this is cool. This is okay. But I'll tell you what, this doesn't really matter because usually you start getting overpowered. Either your defense stations are winning really hard or they are losing really hard, in my experience. So 10% of healing rate is really nothing, unfortunately. Um, yeah, there's not a lot that can be done about that other than using better drones. Because bats are super aggressive, but they are super weak as well. And there are better combat drones you can use. I do have a horribly bad habit of um, taking too long to start making better ships. So I need to find a way to play this game better. Every automation game, I just need to learn more because I play them in weird ways. Did I enable this? I don't think I did. So we'll go back soon. Let's just see what's here. There's another obelisk. You know, I might just add a little Overwatch station over here, even though that's usually a bad idea. Oh, let's just launch our guys. We're gonna lose a bunch of them. But we need these destroyed quick. You can see, like, it's taking a long time for me to get through and to destroy these bases now. Because they are almost 60% stronger. I think where we started, we're 20%. Yeah, it's already 40% stronger than where we were. And they have better ship models like now. Let's grab a couple of those. The signal is not even coming closer here. So we know when it reaches this spot, this far, we're gonna start having a bad time. Because, you know, better ship models will come after us. Do we have any more things we can snipe here? This was a super great exploring run. We have 18 orbs and a portal close to one of these things. And I copy. You can use your map as the radar mode. Copy something all the way from the other side of the map and paste it here. Oh man. Like I want to pay. I already got like merch from the Factorio devs, but I kind of want to pay them like a beer, just for these thing. Because when I saw this on Factorio, like Alpha or whatever, like the radar thing, I was like, hey, more games need this. And this is kind of a standard thing now. You can just press the M, go over to the other side of the map and copy like your whole base, and just rebuild it wherever you want. RTS, I guess, with copy and paste. No, we cannot speed increase. I don't remember if you can further speed increase, actually. Oracle's Fortune from Origin will unlock additional upgrade levels. So I guess this one didn't count. That's super sad. Should we go after another Oracle, though? That's the question. I'm gonna max out that. Don't care about health. You can usually get away with low health. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 100 double damage and better action range. Little bit better guided radius, more damage. So I spent everything because if we're gonna go like a little bit deeper, and I'm surprised that didn't work. I'm actually surprised. I feel like we should go back. We keep finding portals. It's like the game telling us, dude, just go back. It's asking me to do planetary research. Man, that makes a lot of noise. Oh man. But we're gonna start reaching the limits of asteroid research, and then we have to start researching planets. That makes a lot of noise. I'll tell you that. So sometimes it's worth making. If you see a station is making a lot of noise, just make it silent. Just add a bunch of adapters to it that lowers the noise. It will generate heat. It will need more power. It will make a little mess, but it's worth it. Because as much as you can remove enemies like this, they do keep making bases. I don't really know how it works. Like, I have this impression that they really like to expand in the dark. So if you have vision range, they don't necessarily go there. I don't understand it. I don't really understand how their expansion works, but I have seen they colonizing place before. Um, and I hope I'm not crazy, because I never heard if this game has like that, an enemy expansion mechanic. But I'm pretty sure I saw some guys just moving and then deploying a base. Of course, I kept going back to a place close to POI. Sometimes are important places or unique places where they keep just appearing there, sending ship there and rebuilding. So it's worth building a lot of defenses there. And if you cannot really contest it and build defenses, just don't go there, because it's an unnecessary tug of war. And we are on the quest for better speed. And you can see, like, I can, sorry, I can go I could just go through a lot of enemies and not die by, of course, pressing space, but also because I'm using the defensive mode of my ships. Defensive mode is really, really strong. If you leave aggressive mode on, your ships will spread out and will not be super smart and will all die. Oh, there we go. There's a boss here. I don't know if I can. Can I kill this guy? I don't know. We're losing a lot of health and a lot of ships. I kind of don't think I can. That guy has 3,000 HP. Oof. Yeah, that guy is evil. We need better tech to fight him. Here we go. That's a lot of obelisks. How many? There's one more. Maybe there's another one on the right side. Did I forget to enable one? Wow, what is that? What is this? There's a lot of little ships sleeping. Yeah, like I said, like an important POI. This is an antimatter nexus. It generates antimatter, increasing the power output of nearby antimatter power stations. So this is a very good place to have to conquer. But to conquer this, you have to kill the guy and then kill everyone around and make sure they don't rebuild, and they will rebuild. I'm not gonna, go through the trouble of clearing all of this here. Um, just want to snipe a few obelisks. There are better ways to be going about this stuff. Thinking if we do that, maybe we do that. Let's go back to base and build a little exploration ship, so I can showcase the coolness of the game. Also, I angered that guy a little bit. Like, when I aggro his friends, he also gets aggroed. Come on, let me let me take the obelisk. Just go to sleep. Need to rebuild my little fleet. Good. Let me find a portal. Is there a portal close by? Yeah, let's keep going to the bottom right here. If we find a portal, that would be great. So I could just keep back to base. Or I don't remember what these are for. Rocks with no particular value. We are like going way too deep here. 80% enemy strength. That's rough. Oop, there you go. Let's count out this thing.
An ancient beast ready for the end, where its nova will penetrate this space and create a scar that will heal into new frontiers.
This place has a lot of things. It has like 3 different stars, one beside the other. It has even more. That's a crazy place. Clear for us around here. Could we leave? Temple would be amazing. But let's go back to base and do a really basic exploration ship. Funny and weirdly enough. How do I use that? Oh god, what's the name of this? Let's change the name. This is gonna be like East 74 because of 74%. Cosmo class, is that, how is the base called? Cyranoid, wow. What even is that? Okay, there we go. Base core. Even though that will probably change over time. And you can put labels on things. You know, add a little marker. So if we go into combat, we can add this guy here. Is that Distinguer? That's not Distinguer. This guy is the Ancient Guardian. So you can add these here. Or you can do a name. There we go, it's Polly. There's all fine. Things looking good here. The bauxite is, you know, being deleted on a normal basis. We still have a little bauxite. So before we do anything else, do a ship. Oh, these take a while to build. Let's do the little design. Here's my cat. My cat is back, and you know, she took over my water from the beginning of the stream. Let me drink my glass water bottle. Fills my water and makes a face like she crosses her eyes almost. She's like, whoa, my god. The world could ever provide me. She only does that. She has a freaking water fountain, dude. I like cats. So I'm gonna add an exploration thing. It's called an exploration center. That's weird. That's a radar. But if I add 2, I don't think it will improve. Yeah, you don't get any benefit from stacking those. So what you do, you add a little strut, and you make a little armor. And of course I'm getting ahead of myself, because usually you want to do a mall, you want to do a little place that makes you all these blocks automatically. But let's pretend that we have that. Where is the combat here? Oh, that takes a lot of iron. Let me grab those. What else do we need? I think this. Oops, that's not what I want. Oh yeah, adding a couple combat capabilities would be cool. Oh, hey, wait. We got this duplicator. This is a super cool artifact. It's probably the better one. So it drops from enemies. It makes it so... It's selling there on the right. Ancient device that appears to have the ability to increase the production of an entire station grid. The idea is you stick this in some place. It's probably gonna ruin our structure here. Let's see how much stability we have. Wow, we're just on the edge of it. It's gonna ruin this thing, but let's do it anyway. Yeah, it ruined it. So let's add one of those. Have the structure. How much power do we need? Where do I click so it shows me the power? There we go. It needs so much power. Oh god. Should I really divert objectives here, like a crazy person. I think I should. How much? Yeah, we have enough stability. So let's make a few of those. But the idea is, I don't think it will be showing. Oh, there you go. It creates this little bar here. So maybe, I don't remember if it lowers production speed. It does something, I don't think so. Do I have another one so we can see? Just like requires a lot of power, and it requires a lot of stability, but it duplicates things. And this is amazing to use on end products that are expensive. By doing that, the big thing for the early game is that these here will last a lot longer if you use those, uh, especially on the end products, because some of those take like four of something and two of something or six of something, and all of that is just like duplicated. Instead of duplicating the inputs, you can do something like that, but then it takes a long time for it to duplicate and generate like two little ships, which is like worthless. But power to you, do that. But those are not super common at the start, and they are super powerful, but managing them is a little pain. What you do is you spam. You just do that, replace your things with better solar panels, which generate a lot of noise. So this is gonna get interesting. This guy, let's see how many noise this generates. Where is that? We need icons or something. It's so hard to go through, but I don't think this necessarily generates noise by itself. I don't think so. Yeah, but the idea is the more you add of these, the better the duplication gets, but it starts going absolutely insane. Let's see here. Now it requires so much power. That's just barely worth it. There we go. We are pretty much, we can hold this ship tight. But with our tech level, can't really handle it. I guess we can. Should we do it? Should we do it? Should we just do it? I think I hit yes. I think I heard you saying yes, so I'm gonna do that. Let's see here. This is gonna generate an absurd amount of heat. We need 5 to replace those with like 5 more of that. And yes, the game does replace blocks. That's amazing. That's enough? I don't believe it. It's probably overheating already. Generating 10C. That's not a lot. Hey, I feel like I'm noticing like I played this game very conservatively. I'm gonna place a couple more. And what you do is you get one of those heat exchanger, get radiators. Oh, actually, let's add them here so we can expand that. Of course, radiators are annoying because if you're trying to make a compact ship, they're gonna ruin your day. Oh wait, this is enough, right? No, this isn't. This actually isn't. So we need another radiator. Let's produce that. And Bob's your uncle. We are chill. Is this chill though? This is so strange. I don't remember the game working that way. It's keeping like operational temperature over here instead of reducing it to 0. Just don't remember it being the case. But I guess there is such a thing. This guy is doing the same thing. It's raising the heat even though we are dissipating it. I guess there is such a thing as an operational heat then. I was never aware of that. Our power is doing fine. No, wait. We need more. Oh, because they've removed those. Okay. That should be enough. Oh, man. So now, every time we produce things, I think maybe after every 2 or 3 cycles. Who knows? Looks like it went a 4th. Yeah, it looks like every 3 cycles. Oops, had to adjust my microphone, otherwise it was gonna make a lot of noise to you guys. Seems like it duplicates things after every 3 cycles, so that's awesome. I have a lot of these ships. Can I drop those? Drop some of those. Let's go back to our main goal, our actually main goal, but that was super worth because then this thing here is gonna last a little bit longer, you know, before we have to go and make a lot of noise mining out something else. We were building a ship, so we can do it. We can do it. That's all I wanted to say. Let's see. Put a little box for the fuel. This is not supposed to go into combat because it's gonna explode. But we can bring reinforcements. We can do different things with it. It's just I want to make a fast moving ship, and the bigger you make it, the more thrusters you need for it to go fast. Oh, and let me show you this. So you see this guy, or every station now. That's a singularity fuel generator. Okay. The power generator we just unlocked. So you see over on the top when I click on the station now, it has this menu. It didn't have this before. You can now move or land a ship somewhere else. Let me see what that means. We can click land and we can move a station. Look at that. And we can do that, if anything. We can give it orders as if it was a spaceship, like a move order, and we can rotate it. Its speed is 8 meters per second. Mine is 200 meters per second. So that's extremely slow. But to, you know, just move things a little bit, maybe you need to nudge something, it's great. And I could move this whole thing here. I could move this whole thing elsewhere and it would go there and work. The only kind of exception that gets weird is if you use these little things, the little bots, then they don't get moved. Also, these cargo ships, I believe, don't move because they're just like bots. They are better bots. They're just a lot better. But there is no difference between a station and a thruster. Everything is a ship. Oh, sorry, there's no difference between a station and a ship. Everything is a ship. But a true ship, I guess. We say stations just because it's better. Like it's not it's not the intention that it will fly or things like that. But one thing I did, for example, I did a tug. It's just a little kind of ship that has a little connector in front like this. It's just like this, and then if you order it, if you ordered the tug and it has like 6 thrusters, so if I did order it somewhere, like I can fit it here, you can see that will become a single grid if I land it here. It would attach. So then you see where I'm going with this. I would attach the tug, move the base extremely fast, like build a huge base, tag the tug, move it away, bring back the tug. Super cool, super amazing. And I don't know if I've ever seen people talking about this, but that part of the game is extremely cool. I just love it. Even though I didn't go super far, I did do these kind of silly things with ships. And you can automate ships as well for cargo transport and other things, but I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself. I do have to say those things because they're cool. So let's keep building this. This takes fuel. Everything in the universe is fuel. Some things are just better, and usually you can just throw in. I think I did some weird calculations, and I don't remember why. I was like, what's the easiest thing to craft that has a net positive? And I remember, like, this was so long ago though. I remember using this as fuel because this is just iron, and you can automate this really quickly somewhere. It's just like super quick to do. And where is the power there? Singularity power 1 megawatt. I don't know if that's the thing. Oh, fuel time 100 seconds. I don't know if that got nerfed. But let's say, if we look at this here, it has fuel time of 4 seconds. This here 2 seconds. And this here is 4 seconds. So all these suck for fuel. Everything is fuel in this game. It just got dematerialized and used as fuel. 20 seconds. Of course, the artifacts are super worth, but then they are unique and you are gonna be losing them. 100. This is 100. How much? Then you can look at these. They use 32 iron. These use 32 iron, 16 bauxite. Yeah, you see, these uses more resources, and it's just not better. Not a better fuel. I just remember using this, and it was fine. So let's do like 20 of those as fuel. Finish building the ship and go explore. I'm taking too long, but just gotta yap about this game sometimes. Gotta yap sometimes. What will we need? I guess I can bring, just for demonstration purposes, one of those. Couple of laser turrets. But honestly, less than 4 is useless. And they take a long time to craft. But anyway, we have some blocks. We're gonna do 2 turrets here. Let's do 5 turrets. So 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There you go. Little turret window. And this guy would need a lot of power and heat and stuff. But it's already, we just add the fuel here and it will distribute around once we have power. What is left? Well, some things just take a long time to craft. Like these mass energy converters are my enemy in this game. This component here, if you compare it to most things, it's because it's like the first tier 3 thing. Let's see. This takes like half second to craft. These here. This thing, it takes like 5 seconds. Why is it saying 5 seconds? It actually takes forever. It takes a long time because you need a lot of them. So they're super slow. Let's add a bunch of turrets. I think I'm gonna need more iron, will I? Yeah. Oops, that's here. What's my signal doing? It's fine. Oh man, I don't know what happens if our signal touches the POI. That would be bad. Um, when that day comes, we need to have, because it won't take long, we'll need to have a true ship to hold that down. We're almost done with this, I think. It's just taking a long time to craft my hand. I think this will work, yeah. These generate a little bit of heat. And we're gonna use these powerful things here for power. So we're gonna need to do a lot of dissipation. Almost done. What's left? Well, the turret is what takes longest to build. Everything else should be chill. What else do I need? I guess the repair thing is okay to have. It's just a little plug. Oh, we need capacitors for the turrets. I forgot about that. And one overdriver, because the overdriver is something I wanted to show. Let's see here. Maybe it needs power. Yeah, you can see when I add the overdriver, it doubles. It not doubles, but it gets much further away. The visibility or the radius of the radar. So that's huge. If we can run 2 of those, so that would be really good. How is our stability going? It's super fine. But I don't think that will work. Yeah. I'm trying to cheese here because the problem is we're not gonna have slots to do everything I want to do. So I'm probably gonna do that. Gonna make the chip even more complex and heavy. Look at that. All the drones coming by. That's super cool. Add these here. Where's my radiators? As this is going to be like a... This is going to go closer to enemies and all that. It's good to add redundancy, because the enemies can and will destroy a little part of you. So if they destroy your only radiator, then you're cooked. Literally. Wow, it wasn't intentional, but that was a good one. I'll take that. How is power doing? Power usually is fine. Yeah, that's okay. But we can do like a little bit of a redundancy here. And a bunch of capacitors. One thing I don't understand in the game. Oh no, don't do that to me. I'm the complexity. Oh man. I did not want to go this route, but you know what? Maybe we do it. I'll do it just for you. This is gonna be a bad idea, but I'm gonna put the core on the butt. Then circle it with armor, because if this is destroyed, the whole ship is disabled. The thrusters are actually on the top. It's like a turret. They go 360. But that's safe for them too. You know, you can place things behind them. It's safe. I did not add, whoops, the overdrivers. Will this ruin my ship? Maybe. We need a couple more those. And that should be fine. I don't know. Do we need anything else even? Oh, the capacitors. We're very close. What's a singularity cargo artifact? Oh, this is a kind of cool one for a spaceship. I don't remember. I never used this. But the idea is this is like a quantum what's that called? Ender chest on Minecraft. You can have these, you know, they share the inventory. I don't really know why you would want to use this, but the thing is they cannot really use connectors. You know, so you cannot automate. So I'm not exactly sure why you would use it, what you would use it for, but I guess you could maybe bring them along on an adventure, you know, if our inventory is full. But I'm not gonna waste precious stability and weight on that. I think we're fine. We just need to attach some capacitors, and this is the thing that I don't understand. Capacitors. They hold, they take a second, they can charge 30 kilowatts per second, max charge of 30. And these guys, the turrets, you see they are charging now. You need capacitor charge to fire. So remember that, because what I did when I played this game, what do you think I did? I add a bunch of turrets and I'm like, heh, and they didn't fire. And half of my ship was eaten away. Because you need capacitors and it's not obvious. It charges 1.2 per second. I don't know how much it consumes. It uses 1.1 charge per second, but this recharges at 1.2 rate. So you're not gonna run out of power, I think. Is that correct? Well, not correct. I don't know. It's just one problem I have with this is if you look at the block information here, it's saying charge rate 1 per second, but then sometimes you click elsewhere and say something else. So that becomes rough. Maybe they are stacking because I'm adding multiple capacitors. You know, maybe I'm just silly. I remember capacitors work like armor, like these armor blocks. They glue to things. They do not need attachment points, so that's great. I'm just gonna add a bunch of them. I don't know if there's any punishment for doing so, like more noise, more heat. I don't think there is. I don't know if there's any problem with adding those actually. It's just mass. So are you guys ready for your first flight? Right now we do not have cockpits. We have to use the rocket. It's very funny. Let me bring more iron in case we run out of fuel. We can make things on the fly. We can make fuel on the fly. If we press X, we are now inside here. If we press, you know, any button, hey, we have raised the ship. These weird drones will be following us. I don't know if I don't think we can hide those. Oops, that's not what I wanted. Yeah, we can hide our drones, but not the ship's drones. There we go. We're flying, but we are just 166. So I'm not happy with this speed. Let me do more thrusters, even though that would take. Oof. Let me eject here. I actually thought the ship was gonna fly at 300 meters per second. So rip me. What we can do is land this and add a couple of thrusters. Since there is pass-through, we just need to add them. and pass the fuel to them through these ones. It's gonna be chill. So for example, I can do that. Or now that we have better conveyors, I can do this. Flip designs. I've never tried flipping, I think. Oh no. I don't know how to mirror it. I think there's a way, but I don't remember. Also, bad damage is increased. That's huge because we're gonna bring a lot of those to the front. You can see I've added those here as like structural components so I could stick things to them. But actually, each one of those is 20 bats, and I have, I think, 60 on me. So like that doubles how many bats I'm bringing. Oops, sorry. Let's do 80. I can actually bring more bats. Let me show you. If I go over to the shipyard, I'm collecting bats from here. We're still doing fine in our production capacity. I'm super surprised with that. Of course, we're not getting attacked and not, the pressure is not on. But I'm super happy with what's going on here. How much power do we need? I think we're missing a couple of little solars. Can add those here. I could do, there's a singularity thing. I've never actually used that because I think this came after I played the game. These are newer. But you can use those, they're just like thrusters. You just throw whatever into them and they generate power. Now over here we can see they generate, 1 megawatt. But I don't know how long that would last. I just feel like for this would make sense. Just add a singularity over here or whatever. Oh, did I throw the wrong fuel over here? Well, the fuel goes here. Oh, the way I did it, it won't really share the fuel, so that's a bad idea. Let me change this design real quick. I'm sorry, guys. I just hyped up the ships, and then I derped. So let's just do this. Actually, I need more. I'm gonna have to... I really dislike making a ship profile bigger than docking and landing it. Usually maybe you're gonna face a little trouble if you do compact bases and all that. But here is the thing. Add a couple of these. But you see how fast it is to just build, I had to change the whole thing here. There we go, it's done. Can even do... Oh my god, look at there's a recipe. That's gonna take like a minute. Let it do whatever it wants. I guess we can use struts to hold these together. This is such a bad idea. There we go. So now when we add fuel to these things, it will share the fuel instead of us having to micromanage it in any way. Is the power fine? The power kind of fine. We need a couple more power. For safety, you know what? I can do the better ones internally. I don't expect this to go into combat. Even though I did this whole work here, I should have made a better combat ship. But this one can stay on the back line. Man, this still needs a little bit of power. Oh, this fits. This will do. Can even do that for redundancy. There you go. And more. Are we ready? Are we ready? Can we go? Let's see here. Yeah, 350. I think this is the max speed. So this is faster than my ship. And it has a bigger visual range than my ship, right? I don't even know how far I can see. But this is just better. This is just better. And we can just keep stacking. Look at that. And of course, the flight system of the game is super chill. You can see the thrusters work like turrets. So it's just like cardinal directions. Rotation doesn't really matter. Oh, and here is our showcase of our laser turrets. It's working fine. But this for sure, this 100% is not supposed to be a combat ship. This is an exploration one. And it can do a little support from the back lines. Because what happens to... you can see the drones are being hyper aggressive. Those drones belong to the ship, not to me. Mine are on... I believe they're still on defensive. I don't know. Let me bring them up so I can see what they're doing. But usually the ship's drones are super aggressive and then they die. And then you keep seeing new drones coming up. Let's see here. Yeah, they're fine right now. But yeah, if I made a big combat ship that moves this fast, you can see how much better it is to clear things. And you can also leave the ship, drop, and give support yourself. And I don't know, the game gave a huge lag there. That scared the hell out of me. Why can I fire? You know why, but I couldn't fire. I think I was pressing something. I hope I didn't do something weird. Like copying and pasting a bunch of blueprints. Because I think that's what I was doing. There we go. That was super quick to clear this out. Technology researched. Fleet repair augments. This augmentation is super good for combat ships. I said they weren't super good, but they are. You're gonna start needing asteroid research though. And hey, this one unlocks a new drone that's supposed to be about tanking instead of, aggression like the badass. This one gives us infinite comets. This is just better laser turret damage. Actually, let's focus on that. And then drones, and then that. There we go. But yeah, what I wanted to find is a new temple deeper into enemy territory. So we can, unlock better things. Oh, there we go, a teleport. Ships, they do not go through portals. Let me see here. I don't think they go. But I tried that before. What's that, like north? North? And then create new area names later. But I don't think you can use with a ship. And you can use with yourself, of course. How does that even work? Oh, okay, when you pass through the portal, it opens the UI. I was just like, how do I bring that up? Yeah, this doesn't work with us. Well, wait. What? No. I tried this in the past and it didn't work. But I never tried, what I did now is my ship is docking on this thruster, for example. Well, it's docking on this one. Well, every time I dock into a thruster, it throws me into another one. That's weird. I think it has to do with this being flying. But you go through the portal with where your pilot is, and then you can just teleport. That's crazy. That's absolutely crazy. Because, this was a thing that had a limitation, even though, like, flight time is not a big deal. If you make a fast ship, you can see it moves fast, doesn't matter. But sometimes you just want to teleport into a dangerous area that you unlocked before with a huge freaking ship. I didn't know that could be done. Yeah, let's keep flying. And we can self-repair, like this ship is self-repairing a little bit because we are taking damage. You can see this solar panel took a few damage there, a few hits. I want to find Oracle Station. Oops. I do not want to get hit because those guys are hitting hard right now. And I don't really understand, but sometimes you will find like artifacts laying around. I don't know why. What the hell is happening? Why is there so many stars here? There's even a neutral one right there. Ooh, man. Yeah, the further you go, it certainly gets weirder. I don't know how hard it is to find a temple. They are not really common. I don't know, maybe I need to do some search pattern or something. Also, when I go left, where am I? I'm completely lost here. This is my base. Because we need to be going further from the core, so the enemy strength is, higher. That's what guarantees better or better temples. The teleport. I kind of want to contest that, even though it's gonna hurt. A free obelisk right here. This is mine. Go away. Give. Give 3. God damn it. Is there anything cool here? What's going on here? Why is there so many people? Just a lot of asteroids. Also, we're losing, like, these guys are hitting really hard. Like, it got to where I said, like, this phase now, these 111% enemy strength over here, these guys are now destroying the bats. They're anti-bats. My bats just faced them and 5 died almost instantly. I don't want to contest and kind of want to grab these portal, even though that's gonna be a little wild. There's gonna be some losses. There's gonna be some drones are gonna be hurt. Let's launch all our drones in there. Let's help. That wasn't so bad. How many drones did the base lose? I'm surprised that my ship there is not losing any drones. I don't know why. Maybe because I'm helping, but I don't know. And these guys are dangerous. Come on. Go away. Obelisk. Well, why am I doing this? I need to go back. It's just like I get into a trance, trimming down these guys. There's no need. You should bring a ship and more drones and clear them faster. Because the sky is the limit. Do big ships until the game crashes. That's kind of how it goes. Are there really no temples over here? Just so many people. Back. Enable this. That's great because this is super deep. This is west. 100, because it's pretty much that. Let's keep going. How is our field looking? Not super great. Need to craft more fuel, which is funny because the fuel is this thing. Wow, we're really low on fuel. Okay, another portal, a free one. And since the placements are random, you can find things in very random places. Sometimes they are super easy to grab, sometimes they're really hard. I don't want to keep going because I don't know. This train is getting too rough. I think I'm gonna start circling around until I find one. Maybe doing more overdrivers would work. Also, enemies are preparing an attack. Yeah, a lot of drones were killed. And I think the thing is, we are losing drones, but the base, our main base, is sending them to us. So these blocks here, they keep showing that our fleet is full, but actually, a lot of them were killed. We don't see any there, you see, because I think everyone died, and they're coming from base. Our main base is gonna get attacked. Signal of the main base. Fine. So I imagine the attack would be super chill. But being attacked right now would make me think the enemy is expanding towards our base. Because there were no enemy bases attacking before, and now there is. And our signal is the same, so. Come on, give me a temple so I can upgrade my things. Don't know how worth is doing this. It's just me being obsessed with speed, I guess. Also, how is our fuel doing? I need to keep an eye on that. We could be just randomly stranded. But at the same time, I can just throw in random things. Oops, I think I... Wait, that didn't split the stack? It split stacks? Oh, that's strange. I don't know how to split stacks. Should be right click. I don't know if there's some problem. Yeah, it's not splitting the stack. Oops, where am I? Well, we explored all of this. But it's crazy we haven't found a temple yet. I've never done like a hard, crazy, just moving around like this. It really is disorienting. Because this ship is too fast. Hey, that obelisk looks... Two obelisks, oof. I think I'm gonna go back for those. Hey, a free one. Yeah, super worth going back for those. But without a temple, without finding a better temple, it doesn't, make a whole lot of sense to be hunting those. There we go. We don't need to fight everyone. We are here for the obelisks. Hey, turret damage is up. The game does have sounds, by the way. It's just that I'm zoomed out so much that you cannot hear all the zip zip going up. So let's go away. Yeah, we're on a dangerous place because every time I touch the enemy, a lot of my little drones die. Oh, that's a teleport. Where is that? I think this is northeast. I don't even know anymore. Where's my base? Yeah, this is north. Oh wow, 3 obelisks right here. Man. I just need to find a temple so I can use them. Is that a temple? Yes. Did it. Have I uncovered all those things? Yeah. And is that... Wow, that's cool. We have a teleport right there. Area in case they move back. Because maybe the enemies will move back to the temple if we clear them and we do not add any defenses. Portal. Wow, there's just... I don't know if they increase the amount of portals. It's just... There's so many now. I don't remember it being this way. Yeah, I guess we can go back and get that temple. We just... Man, this is just too juicy to pass up. Just 3 obelisks in deep territory. I don't know if you can control the ship's drone behavior, but the drones are attacking very strong enemy bases and are just dying for no reason. One of our thrusters run out of fuel. I'm gonna add just random things to it because we are moving back soon. I am a little worried that I didn't enable a lot of things, and one thing that can help that can happen. And let's add these things. What is that? Urso citizen. Um, will be our marker for the what's that called? The temple. Wow, that's a huge, huge marker. So maybe not. If you can actually do like a little temple thing. Work, even though sometimes I do use these. um, well, that would work. Just making sure there's nothing around here. And yeah, I was worried in case I was not enabling obelisks. Is this on? I think it here. Making sure I did not pass up on free ones. Wow, didn't I enable those? Is the enemy are enemies back there? Because the disabled ones look like this. They are very standing still. So there are places we just cleared that the enemies already took it over again. Our main base is gonna get attacked. I kind of want to see where they're coming from. So we head back to Blaze and remove those guys. Let's see. Yeah, it's getting a little far. The signal. That's why I like signal reducers are great. Because my base is super like it's probably not even doing anything. Probably not really producing anything because you know, well, it is. It's producing research and mining drones, but that's such a chill activity to be doing this amount of noise. Um, so it's super worth. Do not pass up on signal droppers. And I actually don't know where the enemies came from. I was waiting just to try to see where they are, but I cannot see them. So let's take this over.
Thank you, Traveler. My consciousness has been reactivated. I am of the Celestara, a priesthood of the once great Lumini civilization. I can grant you some small part of our former power if you bring me Lumin orbs. Return to me when you have gathered a sufficient amount.
We unlocked the night, and here we are. We got more things. I don't remember what ancient tech trash is. If I remember correctly, this raises. I don't remember if it says what it does, which is weird. But this, I think, is higher chance to drop artifacts. But I remember there is some ancient tech trash. Let's grab one of those. Or does it give me that? And change points for trash. Whoops, that's not what I meant. But there is an artifact recycler thing that you can unlock. And I think you can recycle artifacts so you can craft specific ones later. Which is, you know, good, but I didn't want to spend a point on that. Let's max out our speed. That's huge. And I think I want the afterburner charges. Because that's what affects the game the most for me. Then, of course, crafting speed. Everything's about speed here. But the action range is great to improve because you can go further from a ship. Before you can see it's saying out of range. When you're doing like you can do a thing. For example, if this was a great like a big cruiser, a big combat ship, I could then click to move it, and you see how fast it is. So if I had a fleet, and you can make a wall of ships, and you're controlling them, the higher your range, the better. This is huge to max out. So probably I'm gonna max out these and then do action range. Um, Plasma boat is like super meme. It's okay, but you can fly. You can have 100 drones here. You can have 500 drones here. Why are you upgrading like your plasma boat? You know, there are some things that just don't make sense um, for you. And inventory size, you can make do with that for a long time. Um, but yeah, some things are just extra worth. Crafting speed. You know, I think we've seen a few. How many do I need to max out crafting speed? 4. So 3. I guess I need 1 or 2 more temples, and I do know there's one over here. Not temples, but the obelisk. The obelisks are not hard to find. The temples are crazy to find. Here, this one. Oh, there's a portal here. Oh, go away. Do I even want to fight these guys? I don't think so. Wow, okay. This place is harder because there's a bunch of suicidal drones over there. 2 obelisks. Wow, the game is just giving me too many gifts. But this is actually a little hard to contest. There's gonna be a few downed ships. Yo, let's clear this real quick. And we can head home. Yeah, look at my ships on the top left. 30 drones were destroyed. Because it's 150% enemy strength. This place, the enemies are hitting like a truck. So I throw drones at them and just get killed. Yeah, look at that. All my ship's drones are destroyed. If I wasn't using defensive mode, which I super recommend to use defensive mode on the drones, I would just be losing a lot of ships. And it doesn't do a whole lot more damage, actually. Oh, that was a lot of damage. Whoa. Here, and we need those. I'm gonna be okay with upgrades for a while. The laser turrets do an okay job, but they are very like weirdly single target and low damage. You need to stack a bunch of them for them to make sense. And I kind of wish, I don't know if there is more guns in the game since I stopped playing, but I kind of wish there were ballistic weapons that you have to build ammo and to do damage on area. We just unlock comet catching. That's a great thing. We can do infinite ice now. Oh, we are actually out of research, so let's see. More damage for the turrets. Planetary science, sure. Great ignites that we don't even have yet. And do all. Whoop, there you go. Where is the thing? A little slower because we are running out of fuel. I don't even know. Here, have these transport drones. Eat it. You just throw into things into the furnace and the thruster works. I love that. Many people here. Max at crafting speed. I've never went beyond these. Maybe if we go super deep, because you can go to 300% enemy strength. These here is 125, 130. Maybe over at the edge you can find better temples with even better upgrades, but I've never been that far in the game. I wanted to get action range. So now we can command the ship from afar. Look at that. It's actually super noticeable because before we had to be close to it. So now we can do these, like something like these, you know. And that wasn't a great idea because it got super damaged, but you see what I mean. Imagine that was a useful ship and not a very weak one. Give me all the research. Goodbye. These guys are dropping planetary research because we're so deep into territory. It's huge because I do not have planetary research yet. And if you look here, like some of the things we research actually required planetary. There you go. And I have excess planetary research because of how many enemies we've killed. So it's worth exploring, and thinning the herd is worth. Where is a teleport over there? Oh man, look at that. Look at what happened. Just sleep by, yeah. But the enemies do build around POIs, and these guys weren't here before. Just build here. So we want to keep those places safe with defenses. We can land this ship, this little ship, we want over here. And, my speed is now 325. It's still not as fast as this one. But, you know, we are a lot more faster. We're just a lot faster than before. What should we do now? It's saying planetary bots, but actually what I want to do is a little mall. I do need to improve these. I always sometimes I look at my designs, I'm like, why the hell, this is just a mining thing, why do I have a radiator? But then I remember I like using the compact power solar panels. I need more resources. Also, can you guys dock? You're making me blind. There we go. Where is the box here? Me, that, and then iron. Okay, that should be enough. So let's craft these for iron production. It's okay, but I think I want to do one of those for iron. Let's see. Yeah, and then bring the results to the north. And this guy is not delivering anywhere. Oh wow, this is an older design. Well, let us not do whatever this thing is doing. Where is these attacks coming from? Are they attacking, actually? Because the game says that, and then I don't see the attack. Oh, from the south. Wow, that's actually a sizable attack. Where are you guys coming from? This little village here was just being annoying. One of those. And have a little satellite here. Is there more? I don't think there is. But these guys, we need a ship that can counter this guy, because he's gonna be. We're gonna get attention from him very soon. Problem with building big ships is basically, I don't want to say armor, but yeah, if you're gonna make ships by hand, the thrusters, the armor, and the laser turrets take forever. Also, the singularity power plant. Those things take forever to build. So you want some automation there, for sure. But once you set it up, and let's try to set it up, it's just so nice. There we go. Well, we need more things down here. This is all just gonna serve all our thing, our mall. Where are we gonna build that? It's down here. I'm gonna build it to the on that place close to the temple. But again, since we can move things, it doesn't really matter. And even if we couldn't fly stations like like a ship, it's still super quick to rebuild. Super quick. The only thing that's slow is dealing with the inventory. Just a little click here, a little click there. This is done. It's almost done. What does this need? This needs a mass driver. More power, I think. How much power do you need? A couple more solar panels I think will do. How is our fleet doing? Fine. Everything is fine. Highly recommend. Always go by your base. Why is there like there's a random drone here? And mouse over things. And you see on the right, like this max, this is at max. Everything's at max except for research, and that's fine. I could even be doing faster research. I just don't want to create more noise yet. We can fix that. Should I showcase that? How much noise is this generating? Also, let's make this into a single base. Let's divert for a second from the mall objective, just so I can show you. This thing is generating. Come on, I need more struts. How much noise? Pulse signal 20 dB. I think our biggest ones, the mining generates a lot, is of course the shipyard, you know. But the shipyard is the shipyard, so let it make noise. Even though you can remove that. These generates a lot of noise. Wow. So yeah, I can 100% see the argument for making centralized atomic printers and moving moving order if you want to do a no signal run. I don't know if I have a no signal furnace here. These are blueprints. Asteroid research. This is a no signal mine. This is how it looked like when I did it. If you add these, this is like 5 mines. There's no printers though. But when I play this way, I would just move ore to centralized printers at my base. So for example, I could build this on a random asteroid here and move things to my base to be processed. And then on the base, I would have this here. I think this is the smelter. This is a no signal smelter. This would receive that, and all that would be silent. We could do those things. We could use these blueprints. But I'm kind of trying to test not really doing that and doing the noise, because from what I remember, the dev made the game more chill, you know, less crazy on the signal and attacks and all of that, which is great, which is just great. But back to this thing. This thing actually doesn't generate a lot of signal. I thought it was worse. Well, it's just because I'm using 4. If I was using, let's say, 8, which is what I should be using, do you guys think I should go for that? What do you think? Let's do a fun thing. Let's do a fun thing. Let's land this thing. Look at that. You see there's like 60 ships inside that? There's 60 ships inside there, and I'm just moving it away. This game is so cool. So I already think this will need a core. Let's do a core. Let's do a proper station, because I did leave this very derpy, because I didn't have research to do anything. If you don't want to rebuild something, you can just tell it to land further to the left. Look at that. Then you can build struts. This will need power. I want more of these things. I think I can use... Well, this will not be good for me, because I want to do it like... Let me think here. I don't want... Let's remove that and that. I want these slots free for usage. So if we do a strut, I need armor blocks, because they're like little hubs. We do that and that. And we can move these guys and attach them. I think you can attach them to the armor blocks, but I don't know. We'll see right now. Maybe you need struts. You can test that maybe by doing this. We'll see. Is this guy a grid or not? Yeah, I don't think you are. So we need a strut for it. No, it is. Sorry, I derped. There you go. That's cool. So do not need a strut for that. It's just armor blocks have weird limitations and I never know what they do and what they don't do. I need more resources. Look at how fast we move. It's ridiculous. When you zoom in and you realize how fast you are actually moving inside your base. Now that we upgraded everything. Why can I build this here? Weird. Do I have a research base? Strange. Why can't I build it there? Oh, because it's too far from the asteroid. So we do not need to be building these this way. We can do it that way, but oof. The wall. The research wall. Oh god. Look at me. Misclicking. Who misclicks? It's 2015. Nobody misclicks. Come on. That. There's so many different ways to build. I'm gonna change this. I'm sorry. But 1, 2, 3. I'm gonna do it this way. How about that? And destroy everything. Give me everything back. It's just faster to just destroy everything. Because here's what we are gonna do. We're gonna add a few of those. Then this is gonna need like heat exchangers and all of that. This is too far. We can use armor as a hub. And then just use struts. There we go. And then do that. See how quick that was? I just love this game, dude. It's like you're drawing functional spaceships. It's so cool. How power is it doing? Because we're gonna ruin this station. We're gonna balance it, and then we're gonna ruin it. It's gonna be funny. You're gonna see why in a second. So I'm gonna add all this power stuff over there. And we need heat exchangers. Am I missing ice? Oh no. Where's the ice generator? We're gonna do a bunch of things that are necessary at once. Where's our heat exchanger? Here. So because you know the station is at risk of exploding. I don't want to startle you, sir, but the station is at risk of exploding. No, it's fine. My voice cracked. We got an insane amount of energy production. Yeah. But here's the thing. This is generating 97. Like, that's a crazy amount of signal now. And that's mostly from, of course, the research. Literally like 80 noise from that. This is gonna push us closer and closer to this guy who really hates us and who's really big and has like 3000 HP. Even though I don't like him either. We're gonna get there one day. So how do you deal with that? You deal that with these little cute yellow blocks here. Where does it say the thing it should be saying? They cause less noise. I don't remember how much they drop. I think it doesn't. It's not saying here. I think it's 6 dBm. Hopefully it's more. Well, we can just do it like this. We can grab one and add here. And this is super recommended. Do not ignore this. Like if you're getting attacked a lot, build thinking with this in your mind. Yeah, they make it last 6 dBm. That's not a lot. It's gonna suck. I can already see this is gonna suck. They do spend some power. So let's remove these 4 here and add those and see what happens. Maybe they do generate a little bit of heat, but we're dealing with that. think I need more iron. So how is that looking now? It's already like 50, 34. Well, that's because of the power went out. Let's see. They consume um, an insane amount of power. That's the issue with those. So if you want to stack those, be aware of that. But it's super worth because then it's less annoying. And the problem with research bases is because they generate a lot of noise. It's just like Factorio. People will want to come after them, you know. So you kind of want to defend them, or at least make them silent, make them quiet. Let's see how it looks like now. Of course, the funny thing is these guys generate one noise each. So don't want to be spamming them too much if they are not necessary. Yeah, that's not no signal. So do I have a research station? I do. Look at that. Um, to actually make it no signal, zero signal, you need these many things. And that's a 6 one. It is not using 8. So you know what? Let's see that working. Because we spent a lot of time like exploring these concepts. Kill the baby. Use our ode. Nothing wrong with you using an old little blueprint. Unless things were rebalanced, so that would be funny. That works better. And you can add research to any asteroids, but you can see this asteroid gives a 25% research bonus. Some asteroids give more. I think these all here, the basic asteroids are 25%, but there is a golden one somewhere. Like that's deep though, but that's 40%. So that's worth a lot more your time. Um, but then I do have to do all the logistics of creating drones all the way down there. Um, and there's just a lot of evil people there. So it can be worth. It's more efficient, but you could get into trouble. Um, can we just land these in here? Add. Let's see. I've never done that. So what I'm trying to do is merging like a little shipyard I have over there. It's not really a shipyard. It's more like a ship storage. I don't know how that's called. Is that what shipyards are? It's just like shipyards are usually places that build the ships. I guess, in my mind. I play too many video games, so remove that. Look at this little neat design that I made a long time ago. Wow, look at that rotation. It rotate with intent. So it's docking. Now it merged. It's a single entity now, which is just beautiful. If we try to land it, you see, it merged. So I love that. I just love that. About loving something. I don't love how these guys are rotated. So rotate them. Here we go. This is working. And wait, this is not no signal. My goal with these designs was to reach 0 signal, and this is actually generating like 3. This probably comes um, from the solar panels. If I remove like 2 of those and added normal solar panels, will that still work? I think it will. No, it won't. I have no slot. Like I used every slot, every attachment point in this kind of design to make it work. But I didn't abuse sort of the build system because you can do silly things. We could do a line in the middle here of just crates and then attach a bunch of solar panels, like something like that. You can do silly things, of course. Nothing stopping you from it. But I was trying to do like follow a certain pattern. I'm disappointed at myself that this isn't 0, and I named it 0. It's supposed to be 0. How would we fix that here? Maybe I do this. I need one more signal dropper, that's for sure. but it's gonna run it low on power. So let's place these. Just a little bit power. Little bit of power. Power is fine. The heat is fine. 0. There you go. There we go. Hope you enjoyed that. But the thing is, um, doing this is super worth if you're tired of being attacked, but you know, it takes a long time for you to just figure it out. I guess if I just spam things, you know, until they worked and didn't care so much, because I do care about, I try to make things compact, I try to make things rectangles, but maybe if I just threw things up, for example, just do a bunch of cores, you can probably have a common design, you know. You can see here we are using 4 cores, and it's just, let me say, it's just a lot more expensive to do things this way. Look at that. This is a no signal. Let me disable construction drones. You can disable construction bots so you can look at designs without building them. Look at that. This would bring, I think, 100 drones, 20, 40, 60. Well, this is 100. This is 200 drones. And max speed. And I think this is supposed to be no signal. So you can bring those wherever you want and not be hunted down by enemies. I don't have overdrivers here because overdrivers would raise the range. You can see the radar is super small. While look at this, it has like twice the radar range. Because if I did, the power consumption would be insane. This thing is great because I was experimenting with enemies and how they do like these like sneaky things. They sneak up on your POIs, like we saw they do it over here. You know, you can see they are there. So I would go and place those ships here in case they try to expand, because I was just hunting expansions. If you build a big ship with a lot of noise, you're just gonna track things. This guy here, he has 25 signal. That's not enough, but you know, usually a normal ship will do like a 3x3 area of signal and attract everyone around them. So, you know, if you make a defense turret, that doesn't make a lot of sense. The defense turret there is just going to track things. So making no signal, there is actually a big argument for that, I would say. It's just like they take a lot of time to figure out if you're trying to make an okay looking design. I'm not saying I'm good at doing things. Like I can do okay with the functional, but I'm not good with aesthetics and certainly not good with the defensive side of the game. I play too conservatively, and I think this game you can just throw yourself at the enemy and be happy with it, and just win, you know. So that design is super cool. We can use this later, maybe one day. Um, I can see that my crazy ones aren't here. Laser turret damage. This one here is just a solar power plant, and I think it generates like a lot, like 800 power or something like that. As so we can have like an idea. This is consuming generate 350. The idea is you build this, it generates no signal, and it has these power distributors here on the left. This connects to different ships so you can distribute power. This is just a power generator that's silent. So you can just build a lot of those and transfer power in your base instead of adding power to your stations. Instead of having like, this is another way to play. Instead of having every station make its own power and making everything self-contained, you can use this kind of stuff. For example, if I added it like here, I would then distribute power to these stations without needing to take all the space and structure. It's just a different way to play. This is why I love this game. There's just so many ways to play it, you know. But I guess we're done with my huge presentation here, my huge monologue. Just show you why I can like this game a lot. I remember Signal taking a while to lower, taking a while to lower after we removed all that signal, and we are making more research actually. There's nothing stopping us from just copying this and adding one here, you know, and adding one there, then improving. Like you can do whatever you want. Um, so let's do the mall, little mall. Let's try to make it quick, like a compact one. So how would we go about that? We would need 3 of those. And I don't remember. Is it been like 1 hour since I said let's do the mall? Because 3 of those for one for each material. We're gonna need a lot of assemblers. And I'm gonna mostly do things in Spot. Let's see how that works. Do I have a mall thing? I do, but I kind of don't want to reuse certain things. Yeah, this is how a mall usually looks like. Look at that. Yeah, I don't remember what FU means. This is a run I did. Maybe going full crazy. I don't know. So we're gonna need to start. And I wanted to build it here. Right? Yeah. So let's do a little perimeter. Probably gonna anger the enemies, but we need a space. We need a space in this space. Why we need a mall? We need these things automated. It's been too long. You can automate things like this. Could be the first thing you do. There's no reason not to. I actually think it's better for your sanity and makes you like the game more when you have a mall doing things for you. And you just collect like 50 solar panels and go away. And we need structs. Look at the research speed is going hard. It's really, really helping out. We can support each other if something bad happens. You need... What do I need? More iron? Now, these little stations are not gonna hold an actual attack. They're just gonna serve as an early warning. So we can come and help and then hunt down the base that the attacks are coming from. So where's our these? Yeah. This is a lot of space. Oh, forgot one here. Oh man. This perimeter is not great. And it's gonna do a lot of noise and it's gonna attract the attention of whatever guys are. Was there people here? Oh, I thought I saw enemy. Yeah, I thought I saw enemy ships. Just remove these guys because they will be attacking us right there. No reason to leave them here. You need to do a little scouting before advancing and progressing our base. Otherwise, you're just going to be creating problems for yourself. There we go. There was just a bunch of people hanging around here. I'm surprised they haven't attacked. There we go. That's clear. No losses because these guys are weak. Did a little expansion here. So now, maybe we can do this a little lower. Yeah. How are we gonna do this? First thing for sure is connectors. Most things require just iron, and I think no buildings need silicon, but some do. So we can check what is needed. For example, for connectors, it's just iron and I want to say copper, but it's aluminum. Oof. So let's do it like this. A lot of things are just gonna take one of those. Come on. I heard noise. There was a combat. The game didn't tell us where the combat happened, but we are getting attacked now. Need to keep an eye out for that. So we can just do this. And a lot of things can be done this way. Let me check. I think something takes in connectors, maybe. Thankfully, there's not a whole lot of things that are chained like in this way. So we use a lot of connectors, a lot of solar panels and struts. So those are the big ones. This is gonna be struts. It's gonna be solar panels. And you can actually make better solar panels with those ones. Oh, solar panels these take a different thing. Yep. Let me see if that will work. This will require something else. If that will work. I wish I knew. If you know how to disable this blinking, let me know. Because there's no need for it to be blinking like that. Go FPS, 2-tip delay, UI scale. Yeah, I don't know if there's a way to disable the blinking other than adding power and doing the whole thing. So I hope that doesn't annoy you as much as it does to me. But these things are gonna receive the iron and the copper, let's say the aluminum, and then they're gonna be the same thing all the way through. These guys are gonna generate these, which is iron, and with that we need solar panels, and I think that's robotic arms, robotic parts, but we can pass through simple solar panels over there. And over here, you know, this is super cool because we can pass through things. This line here belongs to solar panels. Solar panels are done with the two initial components from the start of the line. Then we pass the solar panel and the iron to make the part that we need to make the advanced solar panel. Then we can pass through again and store those in different crates because you do want to have them for different purposes. I don't care how much it holds. Struts can do that, and of course we could also double production like this, but to be honest, I don't think there was anything I ever needed that I needed to be done fast. We will be adding artifacts to this. Double, 100%, the duplicator, and these here, connector overdriver. Totally worth it. I don't know how horrible things be in terms of power and everything, but it doesn't matter. Once we're done with this, we're probably getting more attacks because this is gonna make noise. It's gonna make pollution, and we can add those. I guess I'm gonna add those here. Remove that, and add them to the back. Go. I think these will already help us to do things. Oh, the crates as well. I think crates are just iron. So we can launch it, keep it working, so we use the blocks it's generating. That should be fine. One thing I never do, I never add defenses to a place. Like I would not add defenses to this, like walls, like armor blocks, unless it's super necessary. I don't really do that. Oh yes, this needs the storage. Forgot about that. That should be enough for our starters. Oh, we do need junctions. We'll need that eventually here. I don't know if the new conveyors replace the need for junctions. I don't think they do. Well, they do become T sometimes. So here is the problem. This guy takes AI controller circuits like the silicon stuff. Also upgraded. Okay. It requires the silicon stuff, but barely anything requires the silicon stuff. I'm gonna start this maybe here. There we go. This guy's gonna receive that. Let's put power on this. Let's get this working and bring in the materials so it can start doing work for us. Um, this is gonna be funny. The amount of noise it will just generate. That. Oh, I'm out of ice. That's not nice. But we can generate ice right here. Let me choose a place so I can show you. That's not expensive and super quick. You add a thing. This is a comet catcher. When it's powered, it will pull comets in. And you can do more of those. Let's do this thing here. You add to the back. They're meant to go together. What's that called? The comet harvester. This actually process like this catches, this processes it, and it makes like infinite ice over time. So it's super worth to get this going, like just a little basic ice setup, because ice requires you to go around. Actually, did I place that on the wrong way? I think I did. It's pretty obvious how it's placed and I place it wrong. But having this as soon as you can is super worth. And then you can just, do a little export here. Once it's powered, it's gonna start just absorbing comets. Don't we have anything? Okay. How much power do you need, my dude? That's a lot of power. Wow. It generates heat as well. Okay, that's not as chill as I thought it would be. You need a little bit of this and a little bit of that. Yeah. Wow. I don't know if this got rebalanced. I just remember making super cheap setups for infinite ice. But you can already see it's processing there. Oh man, we need more stuff. Stability is going. I guess I'm gonna plop a core here just so I have detachment points. This can go a little bit further. There we go. Oh man. Attach it. That's enough power. How much noise is this making? Okay. It's good to be aware that you're making noise and attracting attention. I don't think I need a core actually, do I? Improved night damage. I'm not even producing them yet. So there you go. How about heat? Need a little one. Let's put this here. There you go. Now we're making. Look at that. How long did that take? Making ice would require me to fly around. You see a comet passing by. And this is because I have like max, I don't know how many upgrades. That was 9 ice. What's happening here? Something is overheating. Oh, the new base we're working on. But yeah, just do this, but be aware. You know it's a red arrow? If you stay here, it's like a factorial train. And I think there's maybe, I don't know if there's achievements in the game. Let me check. But I think there's there's an achievement for that. Let's see what happens. Instantaneous deletion. Hey, I actually got an achievement. I had never gotten this achievement. I think achievements are new. Also, the game is complaining. You can see it exploded. Let's remove that. Let's remove. They are actually being destroyed. And the reason I needed ice is for the radiator. That's why I left this to burn. Literally. One there. A couple of things over here. Oh, man. Where do I fit those? Well, this is not a great place. to place things. How are we doing on power? We gotta spam those. Are we fine? Yes. We're fine. I do want to add another. I do need to set up the filters, and I want to make these here. We are going to use a lot of mass drivers from now on. Don't remember the recipe though. Just oh, exactly what we need. Look at that. We got it over here. Let's bring those further. Whoops. I don't know, like, why the game is so hardcore with filters. You need to be very specific of, you know, these needs to go here and there. But it's because you can literally do pass through, so the game cannot know what you want to do with those pipes. This here is that, and it tries to help you because you see it's showing like a quick filter. I don't know why it's not showing anymore, because maybe because I selected it. But it kind of notices, I think, what you're using on this line and suggests it, so you place it here. So it tries to save you some time, which is great. Let's do our line here, because now these needs just the resources and it's gonna start working. Oh, wait, we can do a duplicator. So is that fine? Hey, look at that. Look at us. It's fine. The duplicator is fine. And I remember since the mall, it mostly, I don't know if it's because everything is disabled. I think it is. Let me see here. The assembler. I just don't remember it being too tough to make it no noise. Make it silent for the enemies, which is a great thing because your mall will hold all your items so they don't destroy you. Yeah, where is this guy coming from? I heard it again. They're coming from here somewhere. Turn the signal thing. They should be on these two quadrants. There you are. Just like they keep just beating on the door and getting the door closed on their faces. I'm gonna add a little thing here. One of those. So keep an eye on this area. Oh, we don't have... What is that? Iron. Do we have iron over here? We do. So there we go. I do things this way. Far away from your base. Is this more iron needed? Didn't realize I was running out. I pressed it like Control 2 and it enqueued a solar panel because it's here. If you press like Control Shift 2, it enqueues this one. So I don't know if that's on Factorio, but I like that. Don't remember, it's been a while. I have to go and play Factorio actually. So many games to play, dude. It's hard nowadays. But I didn't do Space Age, and I haven't done a run in Factorio in so long. Let me fix this base here, it's not complete. So now we can do the thing that I wanted to do, which is just need some mass drivers bringing things in. This is gonna need like 3 mass drivers. So this guy is gonna need to shoot over there. I'm gonna do just a 3-lane thing here. And the mass driver chaining is super... I don't know, I just find it fun to do. I like building infrastructure. I always say this on the streams. I really like games that you build the infrastructure especially if it's multiplayer and everyone's building infrastructure for each other. Echo, a game inspired by Minecraft, has that, or Roadcraft has that a little bit. So these guys are gonna fire at those cannons. There we go. You have enough power, sir. You do. So now we are getting... Are we getting iron here? Oh, this is not set up correctly. Oof. I hate when this happens. I kind of wish there was a warning on the game, like when it's trying to input and the thing is incorrectly set up, that there was some sort of warning. I think it deserves that because you know you will copy this from there, and it's no longer gonna work because the recipe is different, and you're doing a lot of things at once. So that would be just a neat warning to have. There you go. We now have over here all the basic resources of the game, so we can keep building this line. Try to build it straight. I don't know how to build things straight. It would be good if holding shift would do that for you. The only thing that's gonna be missing from this party here is the silicon. Just some solar panels. There we go. I also don't remember if there's a way to expand these lanes in a better way by copy pasting, you know, so it automatically sets the target. Maybe there are ways. That just gave me... I don't know even how to explain why. I don't know why English sometimes is hard. She just stretched herself and touched me. She's on the ground and I'm on the chair, and she just stretched and it was like, look at me stretching, and like did a little kneading biscuits or whatever. Was just calling me for attention. That's very cute of her. These things were set up incorrectly for some reason, and again I have the issue with these blocks where I cannot remove what they have inside of them. It's very strange. I don't know if that's like some sort of issue, but I guess you could do something like this. Maybe that. Yeah, it will export, but you know, I just delete them because look, that takes forever. And this has the wrong filter too. That's weird. What's going on here? Did I really derp this out? Yeah, okay, now it's fine. Is it clean? Yeah. So you shoot there, and you shoot here. There we go. So everything is piped correctly. Sorry for the derp. And look at that. Look at how satisfying it looks. Kind of satisfactory. Greenhouses are unlocked. I don't feel like this will work really well, actually. I don't remember the ratio here, but this produces really fast, and I think it takes 2 solar panels. So we can just do a little moving around. Oh, but this is not gonna work anymore. RIP. I remember doing this before, I just don't remember how I did it to be compact and look nice. Well, I guess we can add these here. Oh, we cannot do a bypass. Can I do something cursed? Let's see. Is ugly things allowed? Because you know, I hate doing that. But actually I don't mind anymore because it looks funny when you go back to a setup and you pass by it and you're like, what the hell did I do? Like, oh, I was in a hurry. Oh, this wouldn't even work. Oh no, it will. So you can do this curse thing and limit the slots. We need more of those. Are we producing them? We are. 28. Hey, there we go. That's very slow, but anyway. So now it's look at how stupid this is. But just to keep everything on a single line. Also, can we please do it like this? Are you working? Yes. Are you working? No. Why? No enough, not enough iron. Ironic. What's going on with iron here? I think we need more mines. Yeah, this little mine is not doing it. Also, this proportion or this ratio is wrong. So, you can do a really fun thing. Let me copy this. Do we have space? That radiator is on the way. Isn't it? No, it's not. But our mall is already working over there. I just need more iron over there. Might need... Whoa, what's going on here? It needs more solar panels. Can happen. You'll go around your base and you're gonna see like, what the heck? It's very easy to forget to confuse those two things. You need to look at the max power and then make sure your power production is above that. If you just like power things and move away because they look nice, once something hits max production, it will go over that. And look at how messy the game gets really quick. I barely even started doing the base. There we go. This is already working. This is catching fire because it didn't have space to build this radiator. Let's move this if we can. Yeah, it cannot really house that. We can do one here and one over there. Will that be enough? I think that should be enough. Wow, that's too close. But the game is not complaining, so I'm not gonna be messing with the heat right now. You can have multiple mass drivers firing on a single one, and they will collect from all of those. Look at that. And if this thing starts piling up, you can actually use an overdriver. You know? Let's add a couple of overdrivers here. Beginning of our line, and see what happens. We're gonna run out of power. It's gonna have heat issues. And when enemies hit these are like, this is how I build bases usually. You can do cargo ships. You could go here and add a bunch of cargo ships like these. You can see what this does. It's like that drone we were having, but they collect. But here's the thing though. Oh, this actually works. This shouldn't be working, to be honest. It shouldn't. Did this change? Let me check that. That's interesting if it changed, because I wouldn't think it would change. It's just too far away. I think this works though. If I move this, bring me that ship. Wow, it's actually doing that? Doing it? That's weird. It's not how it used to work. And it's delivering it? That's so funny. So you can actually have like two systems going on. Also, this is low power. It's to me, it's basically you use one or another. But let me show you what I mean. How it's supposed to work. It even says that on the tooltip. You can see here, it can only take items between two logistic bays. And you have these logistic bays, which by the way are great blocks. It's saying cargo drones can pick up items from here and also act as a junction. So usually you would have You know, one of those over here. Oh, the ship is over there. Let's remove that. I think it's not being able to transfer actually. Or maybe because this is full. You would have... No, it's transferred. This is so weird. It didn't work before. But it needed these blocks as an input and output. So this is how you would do it. Where's the cargo? Man, I don't have it on my hotbar. There we go. This place is completely dying out of power. Let me change these power setup. Let's grab some. Dude, you don't have solar panels for me? How? Oh, because this is consuming the iron. Yeah, this is a weird setup, isn't it? It's not really doing what I wanted it to do. I don't actually use a lot of solar panels, so let's limit this. 50 is fine. I use mostly advanced because they're so cool, so compact. Let's fix this transfer issue here. How is the power going? Just enough. Heat is okay. So we got 2 overclockers and this is firing faster. Dude, is this 2 grids? Why is it shouldn't be running? Oh, it's 1. We're missing 1 power. That's when you go and drop these guys. They don't actually block the cargo ships. But yeah, these things work like junctions. They work like a crate. They have 2 slots. They have a weird thing where they only use 1 slot. I don't know why. It's a very weird block. And over here you see the same thing. It's bringing those here and dropping there. And it's filling... this is so funny, though. The problem, of course, with the is just that I never thought to do it like this. It's just weird. The problem with these, of course, is that they are only like on cardinal direction, so you cannot go crazy with them like you can go hard with railguns or mass drivers. Of course, you know, if you want to do linear routes, power to you, I just like don't see. I try to make a base using these, and I don't like it. I don't know why. I just don't like it. I like the mice drivers are so cool, and if you need faster mice drivers, just add overclockers, and you have like tier 2 overclockers, mass drivers later, which are amazing. So, but yeah, this is not supposed to be working, the cargo drones, without the logistics bay. So I'm very confused. Maybe these work as a logistics base. Who knows? Technology unlocked. We now have planetary science. There we go. Do we have planetary science? What the hell is this? Planetary drone mobile yard. What is this? I don't even know. I don't. Oh, I think I made a mobile shipyard that makes planetary drones. I don't know why I would do that. I just tested different things. Let's remove these. I don't really like those. I have a bunch of materials now, but yeah. How are we doing? How are we looking here? Okay. Oh, I didn't look at the watch. It's super late. So let's do this small here. Yes, this guy will eventually work. We are not getting iron over here. I don't know if the logic changed. But it's not really, it's prioritizing this lane and not sending over there. That's why you would need junctions for. So maybe this compact thing doesn't work anymore? I don't know. It looks like this kind of thing doesn't work anymore. But it's so compact and so nice because you can just add every product here. And then you can have those over there, you know. Look at that. We have so many blocks already. So many functional blocks. I'm thinking if maybe I should make lanes with, um, well, but that would suck if we made an actual like main buzz over here, or yeah, a little buzz over here. It would just suck. It would just not be good. Don't understand why this is not going up. It's threatening our plans. Don't know why it's prioritizing the other thing. And we do need even more iron here. Clearly not enough for our purposes. How is the mining going? Doing fine. It's speeding as fast as it can. This is also not a problem. So it's not a backlog issue for mass drivers or anything like that. They could even take on more cargo. I think we just need more mines. That's when, you know, enemies will become a problem. Because usually that's what you find. Like, I need more of this, I need more of that. Once you look at your signal, the whole of China now know you're here, which is what's going to happen to us. Look at that. Once this reaches here, I think it's gonna be really bad. But I don't know if the boss will leave. This big man will leave and go all the way to our base. That would be really an interesting time for everyone involved. I'm gonna do one of these again. Add it. Shoot it there. There we go. I don't know if I'm proud of this little setup here. This was the first, kind of pretty much the first thing we built, and it's holding the base together. How is our backlog off? Mining grounds. Because what will happen is you notice like your shipyard that contains your mining drones, it's gonna get closer and closer to zero. Keep an eye on that, because this means you need to upgrade this. Because if you get into a spiral of just, you know, running out of mining drones, that can actually stop your whole base from operating. And that can be dangerous. If you're being attacked and you run out of mining drones and you run out of stuff and you cannot make more combat drones, they're gonna get through your lines. And it's gonna hurt. Of course, if you have a bunch of lasers, that's fine. That's, you know. Well, nice emoji there, 1PQ. Nice emoji. Emoji? Is that's not how it's called? Oh god. I'm calling everything emojis now. Yeah, I'm a derp now because I don't know how I should improve this. I don't really remember how to deal with this issue. You know, can we cheat and look at old designs? I'm pretty sure that on old designs I would just... Oh, I do not have... Let's disable the construction bots and have a look here. I'm pretty sure on designs... What the hell, this is so huge. But I did not do main buses. I would just count that things would distribute correctly. You can see it's very similar, so this implies that I didn't learn anything since I built this. This is I think a no signal station, so that's why it's so huge. Oh, look at the solar panels on the lane. That's cool. Yeah, I guess we can. Like, one thing that I usually do, like I was on a rush once, so you know what you do? There's a little space here. This is the lazy way. This is the lazy way. Now, why is it not working though? Let's grab 100 of those. And 100 of those. 50 is fine. Oh, I disabled the builder bots. Derp. So, you can chain those. So this fires here. And this drop there. There we go. Problem solved. Problem solved. Because I did not want to do... I did try this before, where I would do something like this. Oh god, let me disable this. We do not need to build it, because it's just gonna go crazy. Oh. You can do sort of a main bus, right? But then when you wanna move something to sort of a building thing, you do have the issue with bypassing lanes or passing through them. So you would need a little bot like that, and you can use a junction. Wow, the game is just going crazy because I don't know why. But you can do that. It starts becoming a little stupid. There we go. So that's how you transfer things, let's say. You can even use logistics space for some stuff. There's like all these sort of smart things you can do, but then you can also just do this. And these main buses, they cost a lot of stability. They look like weird. I did do some production stuff using cargo drones because then you just bypass everything. I do think they get stuck on one another. There's probably better ways. I think the game has workshop. If we look at the blueprints here, it even says upload to workshop. So there's probably people who made very amazing things. Maybe I should look into those to see if I can learn something. Because everything I have is things I've done in a vacuum. And sometimes having a little peek at what the community is doing is a better idea. Um, so what would be better now? We need atomic printers and assemblers. I do know that these take some different resources. Let's see here. On produce. Oh, I'm out of iron, I think. It just uses so much iron to do anything. Of course it does. The main freaking material. Let's go. So we do that. Oh, what's going on? Oh yeah, the bigger your base, the bigger derps it happens when you just keep expanding it. But I don't know what happened there. That it run out of power like that. Those things are off, so they shouldn't be. Oh, they power themselves, I think. But anyway, now let's do printers. Printers take these thing. Oh yeah. I think I'm gonna do a funny thing here. Let's see. You need actually these components. And they need robotic parts. Both of them take that. What's it called? I think it's a replicator, fabricator. Yeah. So both of them take that. So you can just do mechanical arms. I need to fix the power here. Also, why it keeps deleting what I'm dropping? I don't know what's happening. The game is actually a little weird. So. Oh, it's the other way around. These needs to be here. These needs to be there. These guys need those. Okay. Probably gonna suffer from the same problem as before. Well, what's happening with power anyway? It's just going. Oh, it's because the duplicator. These guy, every time you add a new factory, it raises the cost of power by a lot. It goes hard. Are we doing the thing now? Hey, look at that. Look at us. Look at us. It's getting less crazy to deal with. Add those here. Add those there. You need arms and reds. I call them reds now because I keep forgetting. And you need that. There's not gonna be blues. Oh no, the blues issue. But hey, mass drivers. Such an overkill solution for such a small problem. Just add a big ass cannon that shoots the thing right where you need it, and don't think about it. Of course, we're gonna run out of structure. Everything went silent. Oh man, this is not super easy to curve. Yeah. I'm gonna bring this a little back. Actually, if I place it this way, I think it's gonna be better. Go. Need crates. Junctions. We already need a new power core. Go. Go. Why is this guy asking for a filter if it's inputting? Sometimes there's a little bug with conveyors or connectors. That's how they are actually called. These do not need to take that. There you go. Oh, just drawing a line. Just drawing the iron line. Because to bypass this issue here of it not prioritized, it does not allow us to prioritize where it outputs the iron. So that works. It's overkill. I don't like it. But I kind of don't want to be thinking about a way to go around that right now. How is the power situation right here? The heat is fine. Okay. The signal is probably crazy. It is. Okay. We've automated things. We're gonna limit those because there's no need for too many, but it's already producing, you know, quite well. We have a lot of things here that we need. I need to do the shipyards. I think it's the same recipe. So we do the same thing. I do quite enjoy that. Wow, this stability is already low. Uh-oh, diminishing returns. If I add one more, yeah, it's not even, you know, we've reached the max size, basically, for a station already. We've the tier 1 cores. So what we do to bypass that is use artifacts. Where is our artifacts? Here. We have so many of those. There you go. These are kind of expensive to run for what they do, but they are precisely so for this situation. You're building something too big, and you do not want to deal with that. You do not want to deal with the problems. Wow, the signal here is crazy. You find them a little sad that things generate signal all the time. I guess when they stop producing, they will disable. But still, it feels like too much signal for what the station is doing. Again, look at the noise if I zoom in. It's just a lot of machinery, I guess. We need to bring this down. And this needs a junction. There we go. I have one of these, yeah, for that little slot. Let me move away. Let me remake this real quick. Because I use junctions more than those bots. I never really use those bots, but anyway. Okay, these are actually supposed to be shipyards. Go. Iron not doing the thing. We're not getting enough iron. Being consumed before. But that's, you know, that's an input issue. It's a mining issue. I'm actually surprised that we're not making enough iron here. Outgoing. I don't understand the problem there. Does it have? It's so confusing. Does it have things in it, or is this has a backlog? The mass drivers can be very confusing to like debug. But it's clearly like we're lacking. We're lacking things. Let's remove these. These are not being used. Power is fine. And we can do copy. We can copy this and bring it here. Oh, overclockers and heat exchangers. We need those produced. But I don't know. It's looking like we're gonna need a second grid. I don't want to do a second grid for the basic stuff. For my hotbar, that mall there is basically filling my hotbar. Also, overclockers can go on the hotbar because I do use them. Yeah, this is missing. If I drop iron here, I just want to make sure this is fine. Could be, it's just like the other ones. It's super slow though. But we're gonna pick 50 of those and then go and use them, and then when we come back it's ready, so it's not a big deal. The stability is probably not gonna hold for too much longer. We need, what else over here is not we're not producing? The mining station and the overclockers. Eat. Oh man. And cores. Usually I separate the defense stuff, like defense platform exploration. I usually do that in another grid. But let's keep going a little bit here. Let's see how far we can push this. Oops. Because there's gonna be a problem with power. There's gonna be a power with stability. Mining station. We need to overclock. This is just another arm thing. I'm trying to copy those so we can copy the filter already, which maybe I should don't need to do that. Maybe. Move this up so we have the space to use the things. Go. Stability is at the limit. Gonna crash at any moment. There we go. If we can add, for example, here we can do these. We can add some struts, and that lowers the stability cost of things. For example, here. This improves the ship's stability and make everything cost less. Look at that. I don't think we can do this anymore. How is that looking? Yeah, it lowered stability by almost 15, allowing us to automate one more thing over here. At the mining station, which was the next one? The overclockers? Got all the basics down. Shipyards are so rare to use, so that's fine. I want those two. And overclockers at least, because everything else can be done elsewhere. I guess lights. I guess lights. Everything else is I kind of do a military station with lasers and all of that. Overclockers. We could just keep going, of course, and do it differently, but you know, this is gonna be starved really hard. Sometimes it's good to get another line going and all that. The overclocker probably needs a replicator. It does. It's a fabricator, goddammit. Very much these. And set it to overclock. So I do appreciate that the game doesn't have like a lot of complex recipes. It's more complex a little later on. But you can do a lot of basic stuff without wasting a lot of time. And I just like, I don't know, I like how the game flows. At that, it's okay. Now we will need iron here though from this guy. This is gonna cause a lot of stability. Anything else? Well, the heat exchangers. It's just iron and ice. Oh, this needs ice. Okay, of course it does. Um, let's do another one of these. This is gonna be funny. Yeah, that gives us enough. How much power are we consuming? Not looking good for the power. Well, looking good now. Come on, we can do this. It's just like 2 more things, I think, that I went from here. The signal stuff could be done here, but I don't know. Let's just stop at the heat exchangers for now. But the healing, there's a healing thing that's better to be on my bar, so I don't forget it actually exists. And also laser guns, of course. There we go. Do this and that. Heat exchangers is just iron. That's cool. But these here is gonna be a little more involved. So ice and low density, you can take that from here. Let me see here. It will need ice. And I would rather have a little station doing ice, dedicated. Look at that. We have 400 ice if we need. Instead of transferring ice from here. Yes, I can. That's kind of weird. Usually what I do is I do a little dedicated ice station instead of doing this. This works as well. Oh, that thing ran out of core. What? Of stability? Okay then. How much stability did it run out of? 4 points. That's so sad. I need a core just for that. That's fine. We bring ice all the way up here. Bring it down. Now we have everything connected. But I don't have a place to drop the things properly. I'm gonna do this another way. Wait. So then we can have 2 boxes here. One for these, one for those. These for ice. And that's nice. That's done. What do you need? Oh, the low density. Are we running out of low density now? Maybe. Surprising though. But we are doing a lot of things on that setup. And this is just a single mine. So we do need more. I have a better design for those. How is the noise going? Because I'm pretty sure it's gonna get bad. It's gonna get bad. But the game is so much more chill than it was before. I appreciate that. I would be getting a lot of attacks. Also, Did it really not build its solar panels? Oof. So bring that a little to the front. And further, I don't think you can. It tells you like you can land anywhere, but if you try to land with a mining thing close to an asteroid, it will not let you. Let's see if we can go one tile back, even though that's like not needed. Yeah, it's not fitting there. It just works that way. I'm not sure why. It's a little hard to see. There you go. You can fire. You can do a little chaining. This guy fires at this guy, who fires at the main line there. Is this working? Oh, this isn't working because of the filters. Go. It's strange that some of these are full. I don't really understand what goes on with these balancing. Some of these mines are full, but some are not. Well, these here are not being used for anything because these are like mine. What I use. Generating noise. Yes. It's hanging around not doing anything, idling, and it's still generating a lot of noise. Not a lot, but... How is it going now? Nope, this doesn't work. This needs a junction. Go. And this is wrong. This is not correct. There we go. We now have automated the heat thing, which is great. It's only those two that would be left, I think. Did we even do the mining thing? Really? Okay, that worked. I'm surprised. So it's now all about just getting more ore. At this point, you have all the basics. If you do something like this, you have all the basics. So it's all about just going forward with the game. There's nothing else to be said there. Yeah, we're 100% lacking aluminum. How is our things looking here? You can see the asteroid. It's gonna start ripping itself apart soon. It started with about 120k. It's at 40k, so this is not gonna last for a long time. We do have like one here, 200k. That will last a long time. This is very close to the boss, and that's 265k. Another one there. So we would need to be, when that thing hits 20k, we need to rush to get minerals, to get bauxite, because it will run out, and it will hurt when it runs out. The other two will hang out for long, but bauxite always goes out first, and goes out quickly when you start using it, very quickly. But this thing is producing. You shouldn't be producing, dude. Stop. This is supposed to be signals, things, and healers. Where's the healing? Oh, let's do lamps. Sure. Wow, lamp steak. Oh man. Lamp steak, silicon. I'm just gonna hit it with a hammer. What else do we need? 2 more things. And it's gonna run out of stability. Then guess what? We're gonna do the trick again until it stops working. It already, like, if I do another one, this is max. If I do another one, let's see how much stability we'll give. 33, yeah, it's just gonna not be good. You can still survive. You can still make something out of that, but it's not gonna be nice. Where is the healer? Here? And signal stuff. Oh, those take things. Those take things. Why does everything take the arm? I guess the arm should, like, you can separate things by what they use, and the arm would be used like in so many things. The arm is actually robotic parts, but it's the arm. Iron, silicon. Oh man. Oh man. So let's do it like this. Hey, Mika. My cat is just calling, asking, begging for attention. I don't know why. This time she's usually sleeping. Go. Take the silicon ships. We can fire those from here. Oh. That's so weird that it connects to. It makes sense, but it's so weird because you couldn't do this before. Make a T junction out of connectors that wasn't in the game before. Actually, this kind of closed curve wasn't in the game, so we need arms and iron. I don't know why my cat's just boxing with my feet. Sometimes you just go crazy. Oh hey, we got all of we need right here. And I guess the materials are getting here because everything else on the lane is finished production. There we go. Yep. And we push our luck. I'm feeling lucky. And we push it just a little bit. Also, am I really going crazy with factories? Where's my factories? They're always out. I need more material input. Oh no, stability. Stability. Ow, ow. Stop boxing my feet. Why are you boxing me? What's happening? I don't understand. Oops, look at the power consumed. This is not gonna be great. Let's do it anyway. Don't think this will be possible right now at this tier, but let's do it anyway. Also, I completely forgot about research. Gas, oh, this is great. Remote construction is great. High energy mining is great. Station movement programming. You can actually automate your ships. Everything else, yes, too involved. Heat transfer, hydrocarbon development. What you guys should be doing. I want radars and combat defense stations. For arms, yeah, everything takes arms. That's interesting. Good to know. Well, this kind of worked, but we're gonna run out of stability just making the power to make this run. And this is of course terrible because you need so much input. It's not supposed to be a thing that will be running 24/7 like max, you know. It finishes the things on the back line, and then we can go forward and forward. That's why it's good to be limiting some of these. Like shipyards really don't need a lot. These like apparently do. These can be used a lot too. Overclockers, you know. Use it so that we ensure that there's always enough ore on the forward lanes there. There we go. Towards the back, everything here can go hard. I guess 100. That would take forever to use. these here are very, very simple blocks that you need a lot of. There we go. So let's look at the power. I think this is okay. A little mess of a station. We need to pump power here. That's gonna hurt stability, and then we do that, and then it needs more power. Can we do another one of these? Move those to there. It's a shame that stability is hurting, and we can upgrade this with tier 2 is what I would do if I had that. It doesn't work. There you go. Because then we could do more duplicators, and that would be super worth. Yeah, this is not even doing anything anymore, is it? It's not. It's not even doing anything. Yeah, let's add all these there. How is the power doing? Oh, that's fine. And heat is fine. So hey, that stabilized the thing. It's doing so much noise though. Just going hard. Let's compare. Do I have... I don't think I have a no... I don't have a no noise mall. I need to check if I did that. You know what? Since it's like 6 a.m. here and it's super late, it's been 5 hours of streaming. Hey, that's 5 hours. Lots of streaming. So if you feel like it, you know, we do a lot of indie jams in this channel. Follow, like, subscribe, shares, everything. That helps out a lot, and it helps us improve the quality of the stream and actually get into contact with new, better games. Not new, better games, but newer games. Let me do a save here. I kind of want to show you the no signal run that I keep talking about, because I do remember there being a lot of designs, but I kind of gave up on that because, not that I gave up, I burned out just because it was so much effort. Look at this, what we did here. We can compare with other malls I've did in the past. Battle parts is just lasers and stuff, and this is like the basic. Yeah, it doesn't look so different, but it looks like kind of more robust. Because I think this previous one that I did had a lot of issues with delivery of resources and all that. If we needed more stability, we could even do this. You know, plug the little holes with struts. There we go. Wherever you can add struts to. Sometimes they don't make sense. For example, here is like 415. If we add a lot of struts, it went to 414. So this actually lowered the stability cost of the station. Sometimes it's worth, sometimes it's not. Let me test that. I never do like huge strut lines. This actually lowered. Yeah, struts are cool. They have these rules that I never memorize. I guess doubling down on them is fine. And again, it's been a while since I've played this game, so I don't know if there was any changes to them, because I don't know, they were confusing to me, and now it's just like add more struts. Look at that, had a big effect. I do know that if there's a big part of your ship without struts and the other half doesn't have struts, and you connect them together with struts, it can have a big impact for sure. But it's just cool. Let's read the description, but the idea is, connect two structures together. When connected on both ends, it will reduce the stability cost of each attached structure by up to 1. Yeah, it just lowers things when you attach things. So let's have a look-see over at that save. This is GG Stream 1, I guess. And we did a bunch. Got infinite ice. We got a little perimeter going on. Did a lot of exploration. Killed a bunch of things. It's looking fine. Everything here, even though we could do better in research drones. For some reason, research drones are not really being quickly produced. Let's see what's going on with them. I think they are here. They're actually being produced at max capacity. It's just like we need more factories, which is strange. It's just kind of on that sweet spot. It's doing okay, but it needs one more factory. Yes, we did a whole lot of exploration. Just look at it. I can even zoom out. I wish we could zoom out a little further. But look at how far we've went. We built a ship. We built a ship that actually flies around. It's out of fuel, but hey, it's here. That's what matters. I can actually place it down here so it protects our mall, and I can do a combat mall beneath it that makes laser towers and armor. Adding armor to this armor production would be good. Can do that later. Can we land? Oh, I think I need to do this and rotate it. Place the turrets forward. There we go. But yeah, well, I guess we are only going to do lasers, capacitors. Yeah, I prefer to do that in a separate grid so I can scale it, because you need a lot of armor blocks and you need a lot of capacitors and laser towers. So that's why I do a separate grid for these kind of things that you just need, that's actually worth bumping out a lot of. These things here are all, it's okay to be slow. They produce fast. You don't need, when I come back here, it's already all filled up. But armor blocks go hard, and laser turrets take forever to craft. And those things are harder to scale, so it's better to do them separately so you can focus on them. Also, thrusters takes absolutely forever to craft. Yeah, there's some things I'm not doing here is because I don't use them, like the logistics bay or the cargo stuff, but you can always do new stations. It's just such a cool, like, free game to play. Like, it's free in terms of we can do anything. Of course, it will trigger enemy attacks, but I feel like the game's a lot more tame nowadays. I don't know. It's just I haven't really been attacked a lot. I need to create another mall like this to maybe pull through the starter area, because I do know I don't see enemies on the 50% range. That is just strange to me, because the game used to go hard, and I think I didn't mess with the settings. I did just standard. Don't get me wrong, this is great. This is great. But there is a risk that a player will get comfortable, and when the threat comes, they will not be ready. 100% that can happen. Usually this game usually falls on a spiral down, and then you have to decide, is this worth playing like more, or should I start over? That's my experience. Except for the no noise run. Let's do that. Let's exit to menu. Let me show you this real quick. It's NS something. So many saves. This was on, actually this wasn't too long ago. September, I think. I don't know. No, July. This was on July. There's different teams for runs I did, like compact run. I was doing everything super compact, super small, tiny ones. FU I don't really remember. That's definitely a sus run. So let's look at the no signal run. Look at that. The base is a lot more populated. But this was back in the day where the combat was going hard. If you toggle the signal, look at what I'm talking about. This is my no signal run. It really only has enough signal. Like, I don't think you can lower that. And actually you can, because the things, I remember this, the things that are generating signal are those little defense bases. So I didn't care for those because I would have to upgrade all them. But here's the upgrade. Let's go there. Where am I? And in this run, you can see I'm like not as fast. I was super deeper into the game. Look at the size of my ships. There you go. Um, but I'm not faster and not as upgraded. My character or my main ship here is not as fast or as good as the one in our save because I focus on upgrading things. Maybe there was a rebalance in the game. You can see like there are things that are not working anymore. Is from July, but the whole idea of this base. Well, we're moving there to show you real quick, but this guy generates no signal, and I would have to upgrade all of those to that, and I stopped playing around there. I don't know why this is like overheating if it's actually turned off because of the stability. Maybe that's a bug. These here I think broke because of updates or I don't know. But the idea is that they transfer power to stations around them. Well, it actually is transferring power somewhere, but the animation is not working, so who knows what's going on here. I just feel like the save kind of broke. Even though it was basically like the perfect run. Let's put it that way. Because the game was super combat active. And, you know, I wasn't getting attacked because the designs were so good. But it took me hours. It would take me many hours to do. Here is our design that we use on our planet. Hey, here's the original one. I think I even expanded this because look at that. I was using overdrivers. I think I was testing if you can overdrive research. I don't know if that works. I don't know why I'm using that. I was doing a lot of science. Yep. It's a good, cute, not cute, but it's a good game. It's a good feeling to play it. I don't even know. It's late and I'm not expressing myself good enough. The mining stations are certainly a win if you no signal them because that attracts a lot of attention. And as you expand further, as you try to conquer other, there you go, other asteroids away from your base, these will push your signal further and further on. But you can see no signal. So it's super fun to play this way because you can see how the universe, see how much more aggressive. Look at that. I remember I keep clearing this and these guys keep coming back. So the game was certainly much more aggressive. Yeah, I don't know if there's anything else interesting to show. I can pick up one of the ships and show the combat from it, but I do have bigger ships in other saves if that was the case. Let's look at that ship, how it's working. Yeah, I don't feel like there's a lot of interesting things here outside of doing a lot of grids and sharing power between them using these power transfer devices. And then every little station has a purpose. This guy is just making, look at that, the amount of uh, engines it was making. And all of this was working. It's just like the updates maybe did something, you know. And I was using a main bus here. You can see the main bus here. Um, yeah, I think the updates broke like the destinations, like the coordinates, because these things were aimed at certain things, and here's the main bus where it's taking ore coming from everywhere else into this main bus here, and bringing it to the specific factories and shipyards and all of that. But it felt like so much work doing things this way. But it's a way to scale your base and to keep it infinitely growing to the right or to a certain direction. Um, this is a main bus. No, this is not a main bus. This is a mall that we just did on our stream, and it has all the main things. But it's destroying itself. Hey, 3 duplicators on the mall. That's bold. It's a huge power collector. I think this is actually 4 designs, isn't it? I don't think this is a single grid. No. Yeah, I don't know how many grids this is. It's two grids docked close to each other, and a tiered one right there. Yep, I'm not being attacked. I'm just everything self-destructing because of weirdness. Let's grab the ship. I only made a single ship in the save, and I did it sort of as a concept. Where was it? I think I docked it to the south. Yeah. Do I have a cockpit? I don't think I have those yet on the save. There's our silent mining station. No issues outside of the save not really working and everything being full. How I was doing the how was I transferring things? That's weird. I don't know how I was transferring ore to the main base. It's just this save is feeling certainly very strange. That Gandalf meme. I have no memory of this place. It's just like this makes no sense. I think I was using spaceships. I think there was a spaceship bringing ore to and from the base, which would be cool to see if that's the case. But I think that's the case because I did the little thing. There's a little docking port that I do for ships, and that's right there. There's a way. Isn't there a way to see your ships? Let me see. These designs, player fleet, command course. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe this is when I stopped playing. Because this here, you do this so you build a spaceship that docks automatically and grab a lot of ore real quick and move like Factorio trains. So look at how this ship goes. Oh man, it's not moving. Come on. The drones went ahead and are fighting everything. The game lags. So I just deploy the drones. But this is a bit of a meme. This ship is just supposed to be a scout ship where it supports me with its drones. Um, it doesn't have laser guns, so it's a bit of a meme ship in a way. You park it there and it supports you into pushing through. And since it's silent, when I mean silent is it does not generate pollution or noise, doesn't attract enemy attention. You can park it in certain locations to keep watch of them. Not a great design tag. We could do better. We could do better. I just spent so long in this save. I don't know if the game tells you. I don't know even why I'm collecting things. I don't know if it tells you how many hours you've played. Time played 8 hours. It was 8 hours just. It's not a lot for where I am because I spent so much time playing around with designs. And this save, I don't know what it was. 14 hours. I keep playing the early game again and again. Different strategies. And we play for 5 hours on our save, and we are not too far from this. But look at that. Well, I don't know. I went hard on this one. So yeah, thank you guys for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. Make sure to follow, like, share, subscribe, whatever you feel in your heart, because it does help the channel on our attempt at reviving this channel. Check out Final Factory on Steam. It's at what is that, 33% or 40% a discount. It's just a good game. Hope that the dev keeps pushing. I know he's on development hell kind of right now, doing multiplayer. So Godspeed to him. And good night, everyone. Thanks for being here. Bye bye.